Hi, David.
Hello.
Hi. So we're gonna do a quick shot, just to let you know after the awards and commendation with the board and everybody else with their camera on. Okay, just so you know.
Okay,
Thanks, and then we'll send it over to you. That's how we do it now.
got it.
And we're also live right now. The attendees can see us. To our attendees, we have about 5 more minutes before we get started. So please just hang tight. Thank you.
Hello, David. This is Glenn. Even though everybody can hear me, I just wanted to go ahead and say congratulations and thank you for all your hard work that you're doing at VTA.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm always forwarding your and sharing your Facebook posts.
I see that. You're always the first one that right away retweets everything. So thank you so much for paying it forward for the information.
No problem.
Elaine, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just want to make sure I'm on the right one.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Elaine, it's Kathleen, and I'm checking in.
Thank you. I can hear you perfectly.
Hi, Elaine. This is Ron.
Hi, Ron. And for those who just joined us, we're actually live already. We're broadcasting, okay?
Hello, Elaine. This is Stephen doing a sound check.
Hi, Stephen. We can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay, can we do a quick sound check, please? And Mr. Lawson?
Hello, good evening.
I can hear you, Jay. Thank you.
Hi, good evening all.
Hi, I can hear you too. Thank you. Alternate member Gilmore, can we do a quick sound check, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Yep.
Rose Herrera here for sound check.
Hi, thank you. I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, I'll mute. I'm going to mute and I don't have video on anyway, I guess. Okay.
Oh, we can see your video right
Oh,
now.
what time do you think this item will come up?
My guess is, hang on, about 6:30 or so.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to mute and I'll just leave it on so I can hear. Right, we can hear the meeting anyway.
Thank you.
Okay.
Rose, you mean you're going to enjoy the meeting?
Who was that?
That was Glenn Hendricks.
Hey,
How you
Glenn,
doing?
hi.
Long time no see.
Yeah, nice to see you. Are you wearing a Hawaiian shirt? Is that what I see there?
Yes.
You know what I
But
forgot? I was
just so you know, we're live to the world right now.
I was thinking that you guys, I keep picturing VTA sitting at, at 70 West Heading, have a meeting, I keep forgetting you guys are all Zoom too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hello world. And I'm signing off until later on. Okay. Nice to see you, Glenn. Say hi to everybody.
All right, this is Elaine again from the board office. If I can please request all board members to please turn on their video. It's 5:30. Again, we're live now, we're broadcasting. And I'm just gonna do a quick count and then I'll let you know, Chair, if we have a quorum. Chair, I believe we have a quorum now. We can go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good evening. The VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, April 1st, 2021 is called to order. Elaine, would you please call the roll?
Abekoga,
Here.
Blankley. I thought she's here. Yeah, I saw her. Thank you. Bert.
Here.
Thank you. Carrasco.
Present.
Thank you. Chavez.
Here.
Constantine.
Present.
Davis. Gilmore.
Here.
Jimenez. Lee. Liang. Licardo.
Present.
Montano.
Here.
Paul.
Here.
Perales.
Here.
Rennie. Thank you. Rennie. Simidian.
Here.
Vice Chair Jones.
Present.
Chair Hendricks.
Attending.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're moving on to orders of the day. And before I ask anybody else, I'm going to request that we remove item 9(1)E from closed session, our evening closed session. We don't need to have that item. I think we concluded our discussion in our previous closed session. So are there any other changes from my colleagues? Not seeing any. Are there any changes from staff? I'm not hearing any. So could I get a motion to approve our orders of the day with removing 9(1)E?
So move, Licardo.
Second, Chavez.
And if Elaine, you could do a vote, please.
Bert. Board Member Bert.
Yes.
Carrasco.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Constantine.
Aye.
Jimenez. Mark him as absent. Licardo.
Yes.
Board Member Licardo. Thank you.
Sorry.
Montano. Board Member Montano. I'll come back to you.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Sorry, I was on
Paul?
mute.
Aye.
Perales. I'll mark him as absent. Simidian.
Yes.
Jones.
Present. I'm sorry, aye.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Motion passed. Thank you.
And sorry, Perales is an aye as well. Apologies.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next, we're moving on. Our next item on the agenda is awards and commendation. Item 2.1, employees and supervisor of the quarter for the second quarter of 2021. And I think we have David Lovato has joined us via teleconference. So our first honoree is David Lovato. David, a public communications specialist 2 in the community engagement department, is the administration award winner of the second quarter. Mr. Lovato is known for his quality work, and he has helped lead many projects, such as the 2019 New Transit Service Plan. So David, I think you're on the teleconference with us, so congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, board. Thank you.
We appreciate all the hard work. Next is Marlon Polidu, coach operator at Cerrone Operations, is the transportation award winner for the second quarter. Mr. Polidu takes pride in his job, provides excellent customer service to his passengers, and helps foster a positive work environment. So congratulations to Marlon. And I don't believe he was able to join us. Next, we have Luak Nguyen, electromechanic in the light rail maintenance vehicle department. He is the maintenance award winner for the second quarter. Mr. Nguyen holds himself to incredibly high work standards. He is always willing to lend a helping hand to his coworkers. So congratulations to Mr. Nguyen. And I don't think he's with us either. Our next is Jay Tyree, Transportation Planning Manager in the Service Planning Department, is a supervisory award winner for the second quarter. Mr. Tyree is an amazing leader, and his passion, energy, and enthusiasm for the job never seems to wane. And I believe that Jay is with us on the teleconference as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. It's been a thrill.
Okay, awesome. Well, here, so congratulations to all of our employees for their second quarter of 2021. So round of applause from everybody that you can hear virtually, I'm sure. And now could I go ahead and ask all my colleagues to turn on your video so that we can take a group photo of everybody that's going on.
Okay, board members, and I will just wait until I see everyone's video on, and then I will do a countdown. Okay, Supervisor Simidian, I'm not seeing your video. Okay, well, we will go ahead and I will begin the countdown. So on a count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, give me one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Theodora. And once again, I just want to thank all of our employees of the second quarter for 2021. You guys do a great job. Thank you for all you're doing out there day in and day out to make the service work better. So thank you.
Chair, this is Elaine. If I may, we have a couple of hands up on the attendee side for this item.
Okay, can I finish the next thing you've asked me to read, or should we do these first?
I think it's related to the 2.1.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to those public speakers then.
Thank you, Chair. We have 3 public speakers. Be Roland, followed by Alex. Oh, just 2. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
So Roland, we're not hearing anything you're saying.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Point of order, you didn't take public comment on orders of the day. Item 9.1 says recess to close session, see PDF or list of items. However, the PDF, I'm getting an echo here. I don't know who is doing this. The PDF with the list of items is nowhere to be found in the packet. And whoever's making noise, please mute yourself. Thank you.
I don't know if the board secretary has a comment or not, but the link that I used from going to the website has 9.1E and what it is, which is public employment. So I don't know, Elaine or staff, do you guys have any comment?
Yes, Chair. This is Elaine from the board office. The PDF of the agenda only, and then the agenda packet has the list of the closed session items. And I'll be happy to forward the link to Mr. Lebron.
Okay, thank you. Could we go to our next public speaker, please?
Yes. Alex, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hey everyone, this is Alex Shore. Forgive me, I just can't help it when I hear VTA awarding amazing employees who I had a chance to work with. And tonight is one of those nights. It's great to call in. Jay Tyree is definitely one of the brightest minds that VTA has, and he was outstanding to work with on so many things, very oriented toward how to work with the community and David Lovato came with such energy and ideas in everything that he does. Two excellent and exemplary employees of the agency. Very lucky to have them working for us, and just wanted to give a shout out to some great people who are part of your wonderful team.
Thank you. Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker, please.
Yes, we have 4 more speakers. Sarai, followed by phone number ending in 7877, followed by phone number ending in 8007. Sarai, you may begin speaking when ready.
I wanted to double check if this was the section for the public comments.
No,
before
that's coming up.
Okay, thank you. That's where I wanted to speak. Sorry.
Okay.
Right, phone number ending in 7877. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, it's Brandy Childress, the Public Affairs Manager for VTA. I just wanted to say yay to all of our employees of the quarter, Marlon and Mr. Wynn, but especially David Lovato, who's on our team. I am so proud of him. It was great to work with him side by side on the new transit service plan. I will echo what Alex Shore said, brought a lot of energy, really blazed a path for our ambassador program. And that was all under the leadership of course, Jay Tyree, who has absolutely laid a blueprint for us when it comes to major transit service changes. So I just wanted to say, thank you so much for your great service, you guys. I'm proud to be on your team.
Thank you. And our next speaker.
Yes, we have 2 more speakers. Phone number ending in 8007, followed by Blair. And just a reminder that this is for public comments on item 2.1, the employees and supervisor of the quarter. Phone number ending in 8007, you may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm still waiting for public comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Beekman, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I'll try to be quick here. Thank you. Congratulations in the people and their accommodations for this month. And a thank you to, as orders of the day wasn't asked about previously, thank you to Roland, who has made a good clarification about item 9.9E and what we can expect from that item tonight. And it's helped me a lot in understanding, I suppose, the closed meeting session of 4 p.m. today. So thank you for that. And thank you for the procedural process that's important of orders of the day that Roland knows how to use very well. So thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, and before we move on to the next item on our agenda, I would like to congratulate our colleague on the board, Supervisor Cindy Chavez, for being selected as the Woman Transportation Seminar SF Bay Area Chapter's Woman of the Year. Yay! This award is so well deserved because Cindy is a dedicated and tireless leader who advocates for the advancement of women, equal opportunity, and equal representation in transportation here in the Bay Area. So congratulations to Cindy. Great job. Not great job, great recognition of the hard work you do all the time. Okay, I can't see anybody right now on the screen. Moving on, we're gonna go to item 3, which is public comment. So this is for those members of the public who wanted to go ahead and share comments with the board. This is for items that are not on the agenda. A reminder for those who want to address the board under public comment, please use the raised hand function in the app, or if you're using the phone only, press *9. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board of directors on any item within the board's jurisdiction that's not on our agenda tonight. So speakers are limited to 1 minute. The law does not permit board action or extended discussion on any item not on the agenda, except under special circumstances. Those with customer service concerns are encouraged to contact our customer service department after you make your comments and their contact information is going to be shared on the screen. So we'll now start our public comments. And is it Talia or somebody else who's calling our speakers?
It's Thalia.
Okay.
All right, we currently have 6 people with their hands raised. First 3 speakers will be Trisha, Eugene, and Roland. Trisha, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm speaking on the idea that that people are starting to be charged for their rides on transit now. I think that should be left for later, because people are still getting rent relief help that they will after COVID have to pay back all that amount. And then they're still getting they're still getting their first and second vaccinations. So the pandemic is still going on, even though we are getting better. And one other point, some people's hours of work have been cut considerably, so they're not making what they would originally
Okay,
make.
thank you very much. Can we have our next speaker?
Yes. Before we go on, I'd like to note for the record that we received written comment from Silicon Valley Independent Living Center and the San Jose State social work, several San Jose State social work graduate students. Those have been placed on the website. And so we will go on to Eugene. You may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, board members. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
This is Eugene Bradley, founder and CEO of the Silicon Valley Transit Users. I concur with the letter that Ms. Burns from the VILC sent regarding VTA restoring front door boarding as well as fare collection today. I wish this is one of those rare times I wish this really was an April Fool's joke, and it turns out that's not the case. Anyway, I was reading the Mercury News as well as San Jose Spotlight this morning about the possibility that there's more variants of COVID that are out there in the wild right now, and that there may be another surge coming up. So clearly, VTA restoring front door boarding and fare collection is rather premature. Even though more of us are being vaccinated and that VTA is providing free service for those going to get vaccinated, this really needs to be rethought for the safety of every passenger that rides it. I'll address that more in an upcoming action item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first thing I'd like to do is to really thank our wonderful VTA staff to make it possible for members of the public to actually see you all while we are addressing you, unlike MTC, the Caltrain Board, and other agencies in the area. But the real comment I want to make is to set the conversation, to set the tone of the conversation on a couple of items we'll be discussing later. By introducing you to a different version of the Fifth Amendment, which reads as follows. You have the right to say something. Anything that you do not say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker?
Next 3 speakers, which are our final 3 speakers, will be Blair, followed by phone number ending in 8007, followed by Sarai. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Yeah, it seems that, it's been readily reported that, there's a serious COVID going on in Europe right now. And renters need full rent forgiveness coming up. A reminder that renters simply need full rent forgiveness. From the first comment of the first person today. I'm going to leave my usual speech and just simply ask that, we've had months now to consider, there's tons of shot spotter technologies in the new BART station. that's way overblown. You know, you can do the same exact thing with 5 to 10 shot spotters that you're doing with 60, 70 plus right now. Please consider working on that in the name of what is our better future and, you know, our more trusting future. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker?
Our next speaker is phone number ending in 8007. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, this is Christine Fitzgerald, Community Advocate for the Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. The letter that our Executive Director sent to the VTA states that we are very, very concerned about the resumption of front door boarding. We're still in the middle of the pandemic. As Tricia mentioned, people are still getting their vaccine, and we're still encountering people who need assistance with their rent and mortgage. This is not the time to resume collecting fares. Preferably, we would like to see VTA push this back until the end of June. This is when the rent moratorium is expected to end, and therefore people have a fighting chance to save money in the meanwhile while still protecting their health. And then
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, Sarai, our final speaker. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, today I'm accompanied with a group of graduate students from San Jose State advocating for a bus stop and route near the San Jose Department of Family and Children's Services office, also known as the DFCS. The DFCS office is located near Adult Protective Services and Social Services, among many other service providing agencies. At this time, there is no bus stop or bus route around these offices. These agencies serve a large population of our community of different disabilities, and the nearest bus stop is a 20-minute walk, making it difficult for individuals to arrive on time for appointments. Our group proposes adding a bus stop and route near these offices is a solution to improve access of and retention of services. We've sent you more detailed information earlier today, and we hope that you consider adding a bus stop and route near in front of these offices.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was the last of our public speakers for that section.
That is correct.
So we're going to move on to our next item. Our agenda is item 4, public hearings. Item 4.1 is the amended resolution of a necessity for one property for the East Ridge to BART Regional Connector Capital Light Rail Project, EBRC. Ron Golem, Director of Real Estate and Transit Oriented Development, will present this item. Ron will provide a presentation for this property, and then I will open up the public hearing. The property owner or their representative will be given 5 minutes to speak, and then members of the public who would like to address the board on the amended resolution of necessity will be given 1 minute to speak after the property owners or their representatives have spoken. I want to note for the record that we've received letters from Mr. Mattioni, representative of Pacific Bowie El Centro, and Mr. Iwata, representative of In-N-Out Burger, and from Albertsons. These letters and the staff responses are available on the website. So Ron, I think we're going to give the floor to you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to note before I start that there is a board memo and a full staff report in the agenda packet that provides a full record of the topics being discovered. My presentation is a brief summary of some of the key points. If I could have the next slide. Thank you. Before I begin, I want to note, because this is the first time this year that we brought a resolution of necessity to the board, to provide the board and the public some context. Once the board has adopted plans for a project and provide environmental clearance, property acquisition is, of course, a necessary activity for projects to proceed. We know that the VTA and other public agencies acquiring property is a sensitive and challenging manner, and we are committed to working with property owners to achieve outcomes that are fair, that meet the requirements of the law, and reach a voluntary agreement. However, there are times when it is necessary for us to come to the board and ask for a resolution of necessity so that we can advance property acquisition in order to ensure that projects remain on schedule and on budget. So with that, I'd like to provide some background on the resolution of necessity hearing. It's important to understand the 4 statutory requirements in the California Government Code for property acquisition. And those are that for the property that is being considered, that the public interest and necessity require the project under consideration, in this case, the East Richland Park Regional Connector. Second, that the project is planned or located to be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. Third, that the property and resolution is necessary for the project. And then fourth, an offer of just compensation has been made. And by just compensation, we mean fair market value. If I could have the next slide, please. To provide some context for the East Ridge to BART Regional Connector light rail extension project, this is an approximately 2-mile extension of light rail service from the existing Allen Rock station, adding a new station at Story Road, and then ending at East Ridge Station at our current East Ridge Transit Center. If I could have the next slide. The property that we're discussing tonight is located at 2880 to 2990 East Capitol Expressway in San Jose. It's an approximately 8.8 acre shopping center owned by Pacific Bowie El Cerrito California General Partnership. And it has a number of stores, restaurants, and other types of retail. The property that we require is an overhead electric easement of just under 14,000 square feet. This overhead electric easement is necessary both for the electrical lines and the sway or the potential movement of those lines in the wind in order to relocate PG&E transmission lines that are currently on the west side of Capitol Expressway that have to be relocated in order for the project to be built. Previously, VTA made an offer on February 7th, 2020, and then we've made a revised offer on March 15th, 2021. If I could have the next slide. This graphic illustrates the overhead electrical easement area. As you can see, this is along the landscaped frontage along Capitol Expressway in front of the property, going from Tully Road to the entry road on the south side of the property. This affects the landscaped area, and I'll note that this overhead electrical easement is for wires that are approximately 65 feet above ground. So this is an overhead easement that does not affect property in terms of the easement on the ground. If I could have the next slide. We wanted to provide a bit more context because we know questions have been raised. And so this is a view of the shopping center. You can see the Safeway, you can see some of the other stores. And we wanted to provide this to show that the overhead electrical easement does not affect access to the shopping center. The arrows show the current access to the shopping center, and these would not be affected by the project or by the proposed acquisition. If I could have the next slide. So to talk about where we are in what's occurred today. The VTA Board of Directors at its May 7th, 2020 hearing adopted a resolution of necessity for the parcel. And at that meeting, as is the case tonight, the amount of compensation is not a consideration in the hearing. And that for the prior action and for tonight, the board does need to make each of the findings contained in the resolution of necessity prior to its adoption. If I get the next slide. To explain what's happened since that prior board action, after the board adopted the resolution of necessity, staff continued to negotiate with the owner and actually reduced the amount of property interest that required. We reduced the take. However, when we went to court to obtain a motion or to request a motion for possession of the property, the judge found that even though we had reduced the property interest that we required, because we had a reduced take that was not consistent with the adopted resolution of necessity, that the judge would not grant the motion. So since then, there's two things that have occurred. One is we have amended our offer to reflect that reduced take. The other thing that's happened with the project, as the board knows from the consideration of this item at the last meeting, is that PG&E has made a decision that it needs to remove trees along the proposed right-of-way acquisition before construction to meet PG&E safety standards. In this case, this affects 19 trees. So based on these changes, VTA prepared a revised offer on March 15th and presented to the owner based on an updated appraisal that accounts for these considerations. And that revised offer that we presented does meet the statutory requirements for property acquisition that I described. Next slide, please. As the chair noted, there have been property owner letters and objections submitted, and I believe they will speak to those this evening. I'd like to make a couple of observations. I think that if you look at two of the set of considerations or objections that are being raised, they fall into two categories. The first category is really a proposal to realign the PG&E line so that they would run behind the shopping center rather than in front of it along Capitol Expressway. The challenge with that approach is that that would involve a longer line and more poles that would need to be installed. It would also create conflict with the riparian corridor and challenging issues with the creek. And we believe it would affect a larger number of properties, including properties that are on the other side of the creek. And therefore, we believe that that approach would actually end up creating greater harm to private interests than the proposed take that's under consideration tonight. With respect to the other comments that are in place that may affect the property or other types of access or use of the property, we believe that all those items are really matters that relate to valuation. In other words, that relate to the compensation the property owner would be entitled to based on the proposed take. And therefore, since those are related to valuation, those are not a subject of this resolution of necessity hearing. And with that, I will end and turn it back to you, Mr. Chair. And I believe you're muted.
Thank you, Ron, for the report and for letting me know you couldn't hear me. I will now formally open the hearing. Is there anyone who would like to address the board for property ID EBRC 1350 owned by Pacific Bowie El Centro, a General California partnership? And this would be an opportunity for them to speak for 5 minutes.
There we have one member of the public who would like to speak. Mattioni, I'm going to unmute you and you may begin speaking when ready.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Mr. Mattioni, if you could please accept the unmute. There you go. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, we do, Ken.
Thank you so much. And honorable board, I am here tonight to speak on behalf of the property owner. I would start with the observation that VTA is in an unfortunate position of fronting an acquisition for PG&E. I'm not here to question the need for the rail line extension, nor do I believe that you will change the location of the PG&E easement. Third, I don't believe you will be able to save the trees that my client wants in the face of what PG&E has said. But you do have the ability to tell PG&E that certain restrictions that is requested are unreasonable interference with the remaining property. And I want to explain that to you. This board is acting in a legislative capacity and, as you've been told, must make certain findings. My position is PG&E is overreached. When you look at the finding of the greatest public good, the least private injury, we have a take of 13,998 square feet of easement, but PG&E does not stop there. It asks for the right to cut and trim trees outside of this easement, and it will not define the extent of that right. It asks for the right to enter the remaining property for access, and it doesn't define the right. It asks for the right to maintain, replace the power line from the adjacent area. This affects In-N-Out Burger's drive-through. It does not define the restrictions that it would operate under. So it is asking for rights beyond the easement when in fact it has the ability from Capital Expressway to service the line, to fix the line. And to my understanding, from what I've been informed, PG&E is not going to construct the new line by going on the remainder of the shopping center. It's going to do it through that strip of land, 13,989 square feet. So I think these are unreasonable restrictions, and this board has the right to push back on PG&E and save the property owner the problems that arise from those restrictions that would be imposed. Finally, in regard to the government code offer, I'm not asking you tonight to appraise the property for the owner, but the code does require substance over form. It is not a matter simply of issuing a offer based on an appraisal. That appraisal has to have substance. And I've just told you that the appraisal is for 13,998 square feet, a strip approximately 735 feet long by 20 feet wide that contains the overhead lines and the sway necessary for those lines. But PG&E asked for rights beyond that, the interior of the shopping center, and that hasn't been appraised. I pointed out in correspondence to you that the property is fully improved. It is landscaped, it's entitled, it's developed with stores for food service on building pads. Yet the appraisal is based on raw land sales. And those sales, I think, are typified by the one sale that I call out to you and gave you an illustration of in my letter, the Avaya Stadium parking lot in San Jose, 6 miles away from this shopping center. Not a tree on it. Of course, at the time it was acquired, it was bare land, now improved with asphalt and a practice field. Those are not comps. That is not a substance of an appraisal that the government code calls for. So it's not enough for you to have before you that a statement has been filed and made. It has to be realistic. It has to be meaningful. I'm surprised that PG&E is not here to justify its restrictions. I asked in the staff report, I did not see the statement of value that you're asked to validate tonight in one of your findings. This board, in my judgment, is not to rubber stamp what PG&E is requesting, but reasonably to consider the points I've made, and I'm available for any questions you may.
Okay, thank you. And to the board secretary, I think there's another property owner that's what wishes to speak.
Yes. Natalie, you may begin speaking when ready. You will have 5 minutes.
Great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. Natalie Matei, Director of Real Estate for Safeway. I oversee Safeway's 13 stores in San Jose, soon to be 14 when we open at Market Park at the end of the month. Safeway urges VTA to carefully review the concerns outlined in our letter today, especially as it relates to Safeway truck deliveries and parking lot circulation. The unintended consequences of the proposed easement are blocking Safeway deliveries, restricting customer access to the shopping center, and eliminating parking stalls.
Excuse me,
As
Natalie.
drafted-
Excuse me, Natalie. Before you go on, staff, can you start the timer, please? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you please go now?
Yes, thank you. The unintended consequences of the proposed easement are blocking Safeway deliveries, restricting customer access to the shopping center, and eliminating parking stalls. As drafted, Safeway and the tenants of this shopping center are collateral damage of the proposed easement. While I can't imagine that anyone would publicly advocate to close a grocery store and pharmacy, contrary to the staff report, the construction work and long-term rights granted to PG&E under the proposed easement would put the operation of Safeway at risk. Staff has not provided any evidence that relocating the PG&E lines behind the shopping center would cause any impacts, let alone significant impacts to the riparian corridor or houses behind the creek. Safeway's concerns are serious and require serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think those are all the property owners that are addressing us on this item. We'll have public comments in just a moment. But before we go to that, are there any questions from my colleagues? Okay, I got to change screens here.
I have a question.
Director Chavez.
Thank you. I'd be interested in getting staff's feedback on both presentations.
Sure. I think if I understand your question, you're asking about kind of the issues or the items that were raised in the comments. I will say this is that the nature of the easement and the rights that have been described in some of the comments are standard in PG acquisitions. VTA and other agencies have acquired property with those same easement conditions that allow a broad access to areas around the easement a number of times. The reason that PG&E writes its easements in those manner is because looking at a situation where a project may be in operation for a very long term, it's impossible to foresee situations that might arise that require either an emergency access for repair or other need. And so they very deliberately require the broadest possible access. And I think we certainly appreciate the concern that that raises for a number of folks. I think that part of the challenge that we have as VTA is that we cannot compel PG&E to relocate its lines. And so if we are in a position where we are going to relocate the transmission lines and proceed with the project, we have to provide PG&E with the easement rights that it determines that it needs in order to properly construct and safely operate those relocated lines.
If I may
go ahead, Evelyn. Sorry about that.
Add to that. VTA and PG&E has a master agreement that requires that VTA provide PG&E equivalent rights. So we're moving them from one area where they have certain rights to another area because of our project. We have to provide them with the equivalent rights that they have before. Otherwise, it would be a taking from them. So that's one. Two, in regard to rights to access areas outside of the easement, it's not unlimited access, it's reasonable access. And typically that would require them to get on because of an emergency. So for example, if a pole or a line came down, right? One of the sway lines, electrical lines come down, they need to be able to access that. And so that is why it's not unbounded access, it's reasonable access. The other issue that Mr. Mattioni raised had to do with the government code offer. And he asked this board to make changes to the easement language. And I will say that the government code offer that was made was the fair market value that was based on an appraisal by a licensed appraiser. It doesn't require us to put ourselves in the place of the appraiser. We're not appraisers. So we have to rely on the licensed appraiser. That government code merely requires that we have an appraisal and that we made an offer not less than the appraised amount, and we did that. So we have complied with that government code section. So that's in regard to Mr. Mattioni's presentation, and in regard to Ms. Matai's comments regarding the impeding of access and impacts to parking. There's nothing in connection with the construction or the take itself because it's aerial, right? It's an overhead easement that impacts parking. We're not removing any parking spaces, and it's overhead over a landscaped area. So there is no impediment of access. I think there was a slide that Ron had showed that showed where those access points are, and it's not at those access points. So I wanted to state that for the record to your question.
I appreciate that, Evelyn. And the only other question that I had is that from a timing perspective, when were the impacted properties notified of this hearing?
Statutorily, they're required to have 15 days notice.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, next is Member Liccardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I just ask if the representative from Safeway might be willing to speak to the question of how exactly this will specifically impact their operations? I'm trying to understand that better.
So I think what we need to do is, could we have that person raise their hand again, and then I think staff can get them to speak.
Natalie Matei here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Natalie Matei with Safeway.
Thank you, Ms. Matei.
And if you can repeat the question, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand better how you believe this will impact Safeway's operations, how will it adversely affect you. I think VTA staff seems to believe this will only be, because the operations will only be aerial, you won't be affected on the ground. I just want to understand your perspective.
I very much appreciate that, because I was jumping up in my seat here wanting to be able to explain. And so I thank you for asking the question. If it's possible for staff or for whoever is running the PowerPoint to put the aerial on one of the drawings, that works there. So the Safeway, let's start with Safeway deliveries. Safeway deliveries, as I showed on Exhibit A of my letter, come in the back of the shopping center. The Safeway loading dock is in the back, and the truck exits out to Capitol, where there's a yellow arrow on this drawing showing as ingress. There's actually ingress and egress there. If that driveway, the area of the driveway that falls within the easement, because the easement as drafted allows PG&E, and there are no parameters around these rights, around construction access, around temporary access, around permanent access. So they're actually, yes, the lines are in the air, but they're relocating two poles, two of the lines, and the easement grants them the right, the access to access that area, not only of the easement, but of an undefined adjacent area, part of which is in the in and out drive-through, and the parking stalls between the in and out drive-through and the Chipotle, Jamba Juice, Starbucks shops to the left, to the north. See the long strip of, I think there are about 12 parking stalls there, and then the drive aisle, then the In-N-Out Burger drive-through, which is critical to their operation. So as I noted in my public comment, as drafted, there is not enough clarity here, and the unintended consequences of that undefined broad access would allow PG&E to be able to close off that area of the easement and undefined adjacent areas, which would directly impact Safeway, the shops, and In-N-Out Burger. And the moment that driveway on Capitol is shut down for any amount of undefined time, I have no other way to get my 18-wheeler trucks through that parking lot, and I've just lost all access to Capitol, which for a retail tenant is like a death wish.
Right. So fundamentally, you're concerned about potential closure of Capitol by some action of PG&E's that we don't yet understand what it might be, but the fact that it's not defined means they could do it and they'd have the right to do it. Is that your concern?
That's correct. And our recent experience with PG&E, I've had four grocery stores under construction in the last year, including West Park in San Jose, which were directly impacted, delayed by PG&E. Market Park on Berryessa has been delayed by PG&E. PG&E, you know, as all agencies, all companies, all of us have been seriously impacted this past year, and of course PG&E has had its issues in the years prior to that, and so to be told just you know, trust us, it's reasonable access, it'll be okay. I'm sorry, I have firsthand experience where I cannot just trust that loose language.
Right. Thank you for your response. I guess a question then for staff, is there any means by which either in this action or some subsequent action we could add some definition to the easement that would address the concerns of Safeway. And let me just add, as my background concern to the question, I mean, I think we've all read plenty about the retail apocalypse over the last year or two, and particularly in communities like in East San Jose, where it's really difficult for retailers to survive. I just don't want to make it harder. So I'm just hoping there might be some ways in which we can add definition to that easement.
You know, I'll respond, Mayor, I think if everyone wants to follow. You know, again, we're aware of the concerns that have been raised, and from staff, we've been attempting to negotiate with PG on a number of aspects of their requested take to mitigate some of these impacts. And we've gotten to the point where PG will not agree to that. And we do not believe we have the ability to get PG to change those conditions. And so based on that and based on the need to move ahead with the project is why we are here this evening. I think I would just say that, you know, in terms of the reasonableness standard, I think it is important and it does hold PG into account and liable if they are not being reasonable in their actions. I'll also observe that, you know, there's any number of potential emergencies that can happen. I mean, the existing power line on Capitol could come down and potentially shut down Capitol in its current configuration today. And so it's a little bit of a challenge, I think, from our perspective to talk about how things are going to operate, but then somehow try to do this in a way that could address every possible contingency or emergency that might arise from whatever situation.
And could I just ask of you, Ron or Evelyn, you know, I appreciate you've got to land the plane at some point. Is this a critical path in the next 30 days? Obviously, we have a board full of elected officials who routinely have interactions with PG&E. I personally wouldn't want to place my own small business or large business in the hands of hoping that PG&E will be reasonable about assessing my need for access from Capitol Expressway. But is it possible this could be considered in 30 days when we have one chance for there to be some outreach to see if there would be a willingness for them to come to some reasonable accommodation?
Go ahead, Evelyn, if you'd like.
Yeah, just real briefly, you know, we adopted the resolution necessity, the original one, with very similar language, actually even broader language in regard to rights for PG&E. And during that period of time, we've been negotiating with the property owner and with PG&E to narrow it down. And we have gotten to the point where this is what PG&E is willing to accept. So that's one. But in regard, and we will keep trying. We will keep trying. But in regard
I
to
guess
the critical path, I was going to ask Ken Ronzi to come on and respond to the construction schedule, because it's my understanding that we were hoping to have PG&E out there during the summer months for that work. Ken, did you want to respond to the critical path question?
Yes, thank you, Evelyn. Yes, this is Ken Ronzi, Deputy Director for VTA Engineering and Construction. So actually, PG&E is postured and ready to begin the relocation of this work this summer, actually in the next month or two, but they're not able to mobilize without the property rights. So actually, it is not only critical path, but this property acquisition is preventing the construction from occurring. So any delay to this action would be a 1-for-1 day delay to the utility relocation.
And this is Evelyn again. And I do want to add that to the extent that we can't come to an agreement regarding possession of the property, VTA would have to go back into court to seek an order for prejudgment possession. And the notice period for that is 90 days.
Okay, I appreciate VTA staff has done everything they can. I guess, you know, a friend, or I should say a colleague on the board actually just texted me. We do often get different responses from PG&E when it's elected officials pushing, and that's what I really wanted to see, if there was an opportunity for us to push ourselves. And Ken, if you say construction was due to start this summer, are you saying if there were a May approval, that would be too late?
No, Member Liccardo, what the contractor, in this case PG&E, is ready to begin construction as soon as we give them the property. And so they are ready and postured to begin the work in April. However, they will not advertise for construction until we hand them the property. We can't hand them the property until we have the order of possession. So without the property, they cannot begin. They are ready to begin. They were scheduled to begin, and they're just waiting for us to turn over the property rights to them.
Okay.
And if I could ask Ken to maybe just elaborate on one more point, and that is that, and I say this based on our experience with other projects, is the risk that based on additional delay, whether that might affect the timing when PG&E can start. And then Ken, if you could share kind of the expected length of construction and how much contingency we have in terms of the completion of the construction left based on a delayed start. And I ask that because the other nature of this project is we do have a hard deadline to expend monies for utility relocation by February of next year.
Correct. Would I be able to share my? Would I be able to share my screen at all?
This
I'm
is
sure
Elaine from
staff
the
can
board
make that
office.
happen.
Let me make you a co-host, Ken. Just
Okay.
give me a quick second, please.
Okay. So Ron, to your point, that is correct. The funding for the utility relocation is through, it's through a state fund, not Measure A and not RM3. And so there is a commitment that we made to do all of the relocation by, as Ron said, our deadline. So there is an impact to not beginning the work. Does a month make us not able to make that deadline? Might not be. However, it is more critical, much more critical, as Ron was suggesting, is that a delay to or a change in the alignment would be catastrophic to the schedule. There would be no way that we could make any kind of time frame commitment with a different alignment. That is not possible.
Yeah.
So on the screen, just to put in context, I'm sharing my screen now. Can you see the aerial alignment with the entire?
Yeah, and Ken,
Yep.
I'm not urging a different alignment. I'm just
Okay.
urging to see if we can put conditions on the easement. That's all.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And that's a good question. So real quick here, I got 3 quick little slides. One is the overall alignment. This is the overall line. So in context of PG&E's world, we're taking the yellow line over to the blue line. This line that we're talking about, if, as you can tell, each end little blue dots, that's the ends of the alignment. So what they've actually done is improve the current alignment in the straightest alignment possible. If we were to try to do something different, like go around the property or do some other alignment, it is significantly different to PG&E into their design. It is entirely different. Not only does it take more time and money to do the engineering, it introduces much more poles, many more angle points, much more risk for them. And it's something that would be very, very challenging as far as the new alignment. Regarding the property, the Safeway property, In-N-Out Burger, are noted on this graphic. I noted the poles on here. Really, when PG&E does their work, they're focused on the pole area. That's where they're focused. They're not, their work doesn't primarily gravitate mid-pole. But they do need to protect the site. They do need to make sure that it's safe. And so when they're talking about access to areas, they're talking about safety activities that need to be respected because it's a high voltage line. And so we're not talking about occupying a space for long periods of time. A good example would be right over Tully Road, the same constraints over Tully Road. So the PG&E, their same concern about safety applies over Tully Road as the access road. And so PG&E is effective in working in ways that makes their work focused on the poles while still allowing access. Because in this alignment, we're crossing Capitol Expressway twice and we're crossing Tully Road. Those are much more significant in space than even the access road. And so I just wanted to note that it isn't as if the access road is at a pole. We're confident that PG&E is able to perform this work in a way that they will use their access rights for access and not for long-term, or certainly not for any kind of permanent impact.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think we're back to Member Chavez.
Thank you. I know there's, I think you might have public comment. I don't know if you do or not.
We do.
But okay, I'll hold my comments till after public comment.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions right now from my colleagues. So now, are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on this amended resolution of necessity with 1 minute each to speak? And I see we have at least 2 raised hands. So staff, could you let them in, please?
Yes. First speaker will be Roland, followed by Blair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first thing I'd like to say is that if there was federal oversight over this project, construction would not be allowed to start because you haven't secured the RM3 funding. That's point number 1. Point number 2, City of San Jose right now is going to connect the Metcalf Energy Center to a power backup facility on San Ignacio. It's 2 miles away, and they're going to be basically undergrounding a high voltage cable under the median of Monterey Highway. I'd like to know why this is not being considered here. The last point I like to make, you got a severe problem in the Bay Area when you go about designing these projects. All these issues in Europe would be addressed at the conceptual level, not now when it's too late and you're about to start construction.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Yes, Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I was hoping for a bit more of, I don't know, back and forth on this subject that I didn't hear any. I'm glad to hear it now. So I figured it would be my time to be able to speak about it. You know, it was mentioned there's a bit of a lack of confidence in PG&E's actions over the past few years. And I just simply wanted to offer with the tree cutting issues for this item, I hope we don't go overboard in those worries. I understand they can be very important worries, but at the same time, the past few years, PG&E has had a major responsibility with other, I don't know, ways of working that did not involve, it does not have to include the ideas of tree cutting and brush clearance. As important as that is somewhat hyped sometimes, and we need to learn to avoid that hype if we can. And I hope if that applies to this issue, I hope it can help.
Okay, thank you. I think that was the last of our public speakers. So I'm going to go back to my colleagues and Member Chavez.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask one last question of Evelyn, and then I think if depending on the answer to that question, I'd like to make a motion. So Evelyn, may I understand you to you made a point about this language being the easement language that Ms. Matei and Mr. Mattioni are concerned about is actually more refined than previous items that we've brought before the board along, both as it relates to PG&E or along this alignment. Could you say a little bit more about that?
Yes, that's correct. So the easement in which this board had previously adopted a resolution of necessity included telecommunications rights that were removed from that. It included, well, actually that's the main aspect of it. The huge difference in regard to the compensation here is the trees, right? The tree issue. And when we discovered that those trees needed to go down because of PG&E's engineering plans, we had to reappraise the property again and make an offer on that. But otherwise, yes, this has been negotiated and it's further refined. I have a chart with all of those refinements, but the main one is the removal of certain rights that were in there previously that we took out.
And so just the thing I'd like to say to my colleagues is that we don't want to miss the summer, and you know, every month you add or 2 months is a challenge. And I will say that I do feel for the applicants, yeah, I guess the property owners and their representatives, because I do find PG&E very challenging to deal with. In this instance, I feel like our staff moved very judiciously to try to be supportive of them. And at the same time, I just really appreciate Ken's map that just highlighted the areas that are really going to be the areas of focus for PG&E. So with that, I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution, the amended resolution of necessity.
Chair, Member Chavez, in your motion, can you say that we're going to close the hearing and we're going to adopt the amended resolution of necessity for one property? And can you speak at least one of the property IDs?
No, I don't. Let me just look at the document.
Member Chavez, this is
Yes.
Elaine. It's actually on the screen right now. The property ID is 1350.
Yeah, that was
ABRC 1350.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'll move that we close the public hearing and adopt the amended resolution of necessity for the property listed herein, determining the public interest and necessity require the acquisition of the property for Eastridge to BART Capital Expressway, Expressway Light Rail Project, EBRC 1350 Pacific Bowie.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
Sure.
so we have a motion and a second. If there are no other comments or questions, Elaine, could we have a vote, please?
Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Aye.
thank you. Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Jimenez, mark him as absent. Liccardo,
Aye.
Montano,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
Perales,
Aye.
Simidian,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move on to our committee reports. And for items 5.1, the Citizens Advisory Committee Chair, Vignesh Swaminathan, is here to provide a brief report. Oh. Do we have Vignesh?
Yes. Hello, all. Good evening, Chairperson Hendricks, Vice Chair Jones, and members of the board. The CAC 2000 Measure A Watchdog Committee met on March 10th, 2021. The CAC reviewed the 2016 Measure B 10-year program and biannual budget principles, item 7.2 on tonight's board agenda. The committee supported the strategy to separate principles and criteria into two tracks. After robust discussion, the CAC recommended approval of this item. We look forward to reviewing the project criteria at our next meeting. The CAC received VTP Transportation Program Semi-Annual Report, item 7.7 on tonight's agenda. The committee recommended board approval item 7.6, Measure B, fiscal year 2020 to 2021 Highway Interchange Program category. On the CWC regular agenda, we received a presentation on the 2000 Measure A Semi-Annual Report. We briefly discussed the BART and Eastridge to BART regional connector projects, the cost and funding. We also received a brief presentation on the high capacity transit corridor study. Lastly, I want to inform you that our independent auditor is currently working on the compliance audit for fiscal year 2020, and we expect to get an update from them at the CAC CWC regular meeting scheduled for Wednesday, April 7th, 2021 at 4 p.m. Thank you, and that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Vignesh. Next, item 5.2, the Policy Advisory Committee Chair, Kitty Moore, is here to provide a report.
Great. Good evening, Chair Hendricks. On the Thursday, March 11th meeting, the PAC recommended the VTA board approve the 2016 Measure B fiscal year 2020 and 2021 highway interchange program category modifications. The committee discussed the distribution of the 2016 Measure B highway interchange funds across the county and requested a visual tool depicting sales tax generation by city within Santa Clara County and the percentage of highway interchange program allocations that have been approved for projects in San Jose. To date, approximately 55% of Measure B highway interchange program funds have been allocated to projects in San Jose. We received the 2000 Measure A Transit Improvement Program semi-annual report ending December 31st, 2020. We recommended the VTA board approve the 2016 Measure B 10-year program and biannual budget principles and direct staff to develop funding allocations for the formula-based program categories based on those principles. As part of the motion to approve this item, the PAC formally requested a visual tool that will show tax receipts by city and that staff incorporate all of PAC's comments into the recommendation. We then received an update on the high capacity transit study and discussed outreach to date and the prioritization of corridors for this study and future investment. And then we received an update on the Central Bikeway Study alternatives and discussed the possibility of a presentation to the City of Santa Clara Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. The committee provided a wealth of feedback on the alternatives, including outreach, the integration of e-bikes into the design, the separation of pedestrian and cyclists, data-driven decision-making, connectivity to parks, and concerns about the proximity to Caltrain. And lastly, we received the fiscal year 2021 second quarter transit operations performance report, the Valley Transportation Plan, the Transportation Program semi-annual report ending December 31st, 2020, and the fiscal year 2020 annual Transportation Systems Monitoring Program report. And no pun intended, but it was a packed meeting. And our next one is scheduled for Thursday, April 8th, 2021 at 4 p.m. and will be conducted as a Zoom webinar. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Next is 5.3, the Administration and Finance and Congestion Management Program Chair reports are available in the online packet, but I wanted to check with Member Perales if he also wanted to make any verbal comments. I'm not requiring you to, I just wanted to double check.
Yes, no, ours are in the packet as well. Thank you though, Chair.
Okay, okay. Next is the Policy Advisor, we're at 5.4. The chair report for the East Ridge to BART Regional Connector Policy Advisor Board is available in the online packet. And then for item 5.5, the 2016 Measure B Citizens Oversight Committee Chair, Rose Herrera, is here to provide a report. Rose, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Board Chair Hendricks, Vice Chair Jones, and VTA board members, and thank you for this opportunity to update the board and the community on the valuable work being performed by the 2016 Measure B Citizens Oversight Committee, also referred to as the MBCOC. I see many familiar faces here tonight and recall with fond memories my tenure on the San Jose City Council and the VTA board. I now have the privilege of serving as the chairperson of the MBCOC. For your convenience, I have provided a more detailed version of this report, but would like to highlight a few of the key elements, primarily the results of the independent audits commissioned by the committee. But first, some brief background on the committee and process. As you know, the 2016 Measure B ballot required establishment of an independent citizens oversight committee to ensure funds are being expended consistent with the approved program and to inform the public of the findings. The MBCOC was established to fulfill the ballot-defined responsibilities. We have 8 positions, 6 of which are currently filled, with an appointment for the 7th position on your consent agenda 6.9 tonight. Although it was established in 2017, only one meeting or initial orientation and training was held before we went into a 2-year hiatus during the period of the legal challenge. Comparing Measure A and B is kind of helpful sometimes to understand the differences in the scopes of these measures. Although Measure 2000 Measure A has a Citizens Watchdog Committee, the MBCOC has different specific responsibilities that reflect the different focuses of the two measures. 2000 Measure A is VTA transit focused, whereas 2016 Measure B is comprehensive, multimodal, and involves all local jurisdictions within the county, making it comparatively more complex. Hence, even the greater need to make these projects and funding on our website transparent to our public, and why we've spent a good deal of time on the website. I'm very impressed with the quality and dedication of our MBCOC members and how seriously they take their responsibilities. One example is that we lost no members from our committee over the 2-year hiatus during the lawsuit, and instead they remain committed to staying on the committee to fulfill its responsibilities. Our committee members also strive to add value to the program, one example being their willingness to provide input on the contents and presentation of the 2016 Measure B transparency website before it went live. That said, the primary reason I'm here tonight is to report the findings of the ballot required annual audit. The MBCOC contracted with Moss Adams LLP to serve as its independent auditor, and the Moss Adams team, led by Director Stephen Becchetti, recently completed the audits of fiscal years 2017 through 2019 and fiscal year 2020. Now, fiscal year 2017 through 2019 were combined due to the minimal expenditures during the period while the lawsuit was going on. Both audits were clean. The Moss Adams team did not identify any exceptions. It was a conclusion of Moss Adams that for both audit periods, there was reasonable assurance that Measure B revenues were expended only on costs identified in the ballot. They did provide 2 minor recommendations on expenditure management and control to improve program performance and operations, with which VTA management agrees. At our next meeting in May, the committee will conduct its annual public hearing. It will also consider its draft annual reports to the public for the 2 periods. The key element being the committee's conclusion on whether Measure B revenues were expended in accordance with the ballot. A key element is also determining the publication strategy to maximize communications of that message to the community. Finally, MBCOC is performing an important function in being accountable to our community. Given that we are the friends and neighbors of county residents and also independent of VTA, it is very important that we issue our report to provide assurance to voters that 2016 Measure B funds are being spent in accordance with the intent of the measure. We take our mission seriously. That concludes my report. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm available to answer questions. And also we have Stephen Becchetti is also available if you have questions for him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to all the people who are on your committee. Elaine, I wanted to check with you. It's not in my script, but do we need to check for public speakers before we go on to item 6?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go to public speakers then.
Very good. Thank you, Chair. We have 1 public speaker. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. I think it should be obvious that there needs to be public comment after great committee reports. Yeah, I wanted to thank Councilperson Perales for his CMPP committee summary of the bike highway system. You've started a good program, it sounds like, in North San Jose. Is there a way to bring that program into South San Jose? And a reminder, when Jenny Bruins in her last days, her and Eugene Bradley used to talk about the ideas of a better equity for the bike pass issue. And that was a hot debate, a year ago. How do we bring issues of bike path equity to South San Jose? And it's a real important concept that I hope we work on, and what can be accountable practices. I want to be able to talk about Vision Zero ideas of all of this in the upcoming consent calendar items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that was the last public speaker, so we'll close the public speaker section right there. That's taking us to the consent calendar, item 6. This is items 6.1 through 6.16. Members of the public who would like to address the board on any item on consent, please raise your hand now in the app or press *9 on your phone. To my colleagues, is there anyone who wants to pull an item off consent or add an item to the consent agenda? Is there, I'm not seeing any of my colleagues' hand. Are there going to be any abstentions or recusals?
I would move approval of the consent calendar. This is Chavez.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's Member Montano. So there's a motion and a second. So let's go ahead and go to our public speakers for this before we vote.
Great, thank you, Chair. Before we get into the public speakers, I'd like to note for the record that we received written public comment from Robin Romer in regards to item 6.6, the fiscal year 20 and 21 modifications for the 2016 Measure B Highway Interchange Program category. Our first speaker will be Roland, followed by Blair and Eugene. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And buried in the staff report, you'll find multiple comments from me about item 6.2. Specifically, that the BART project is at $2 billion over budget and $1.1 billion in debt service in the next 15 years. Staff have now actually suppressed the evidence from the board packet, and I'm warning you that your silence on the matter can and will be construed to implicate you as accessories after the fact. On 6.9, I'm objecting to Mr. Schulter's appointment to the Measure B oversight because Mr. Schulter was in charge of Measure A when the scandal took place. On 6.16, I want to bring to your attention that Council Member Davis proved once again that she's incapable of conducting a Brown Acted meeting and currently is posing an existential threat to the continued existence of the Catering Board in its present form. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
All right, thank you. To speak to items 6.7 and 6.8 about transition semi-annual reports and overall our transportation semi-annual reports and the like. You know, the importance of Vision Zero plays into all of this work. You know, the ideas of surveillance of a local community. You know, it can be an open public process at this time. We have a ton of new 4 and 5G coming in. Why not make it a process that's open and available and just a shared process? So it isn't, we're not being pounded by 4 and 5G stuff. We can make it a process of community and sustainability and growth by open public policy ideas that are so important, a function of Vision Zero, and it needs to be a part of the transportation surveillance future. You know, with all that said, with all the issues of East Side racing at this time, invite them to the community process and with Vision Zero, with open policy ideas.
Thank you. And our last speaker.
Eugene, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hey, hello, everybody. This is Eugene again. Just want a quick comment on 6.1. I would like that discussed more formally, in particular how Caltrain, VTA, and San Jose Arena Management work together to promote actual public transit that's been serving that arena since 1993. Thank you.
Okay, I think that was our last public speaker. I wanted to check, did staff want to respond to any of the comments that were made? Not required, but.
Chair, I do. I think it's to the comment from Mr. LeBron. I think it's come up a few times, and I just want to make sure that the terminology that we use here at VTA is clear. Mr. LeBron references the BART project, but specifically the BART project is just, it's a general term. We use SVBX, and that's what's in the report, right? The Silicon Valley Berryessa Extension Project. And that has an exact definition, a project definition and scope that's contained in the state and federal environmental documents. And that same project description is captured in the full funding grant agreement that VTA executed with the FTA. And that project includes specific elements, and VTA is required to report the expenses related to those specific elements in a manner that's really largely defined by the FTA. And those expenses that Mr. LeBron referred to for the SVBX project is the 2.3 billion number, or approximately 2.3 billion number. The other cost elements that he refers to are part of the larger, what we refer to as the SVRT program, which includes various projects that may have its own environmental document. And so I just want to make sure that that's been clarified. And so the terminologies aren't conflated.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no other comments, Elaine, can we have a vote?
Sure, this is for consent agenda for items 6.1 through 6.16. Motion by Chavez, seconded by Montano. Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco. Carrasco. Come back to you.
Aye.
Thank you. Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Jimenez, I'll mark him as absent. Ricardo,
Aye.
Montano,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
Perales,
Aye.
Simidian,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Chair Hendricks.
Yes.
Motion passed. Thank you.
This takes us to the regular agenda. The first item on the regular agenda is item 7.1, which is to receive an update on the Silicon Valley Rapid Transit SVRT program. Takis Salpeas, BART Silicon Valley Extension Project Chief, is going to provide the report. So Takis, I believe you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, board members. I'll be very quick here and be able to answer all your questions. As you know, we've been working with VTA. That has become now every other day, more technical reviews, more requests and so on. But the good news is we did have a substantive meeting this week, and I will let Jim Lawson and Evelyn and anybody else to talk about it with the top DOT officials and VTA, and we got very welcoming support for our project. But should you need further communication on this, I'm pretty sure Jim and Evelyn will fill you in. Continue with our cooperative agreements. We're very close with our colleagues on both cities, the San Jose and Santa Clara, to finalize our cooperative agreement. I think they are planning for action by their city council sometime mid-May. Our real estate acquisition is processing and progressing as we planned it. I think in the next couple of months, we will come, Ron Golem and his staff, will come before you for some more activities which we need to get on to be on schedule. The BART and VTA, as you know, the team is working very well, and we're almost 90% in completion of all the requirements, which, as you know, it will be part of the bidding documents. And we are progressing with the preparation of our RFP documents, request for proposals. That's the bidding documents. Next page, please. I'm pleased to tell you that we stay on schedule. We are still good on our schedule, and we received the systems contract. The RFQ is out. We are expecting to have back in May the 4th to receive the responses from them. We're gonna work from that point on to August, September, and we get out the RFP. And hopefully the end of the year, early next year in January, we should have in front of you a selection and an award. The tunnel and track work contract, which is, as you know, is 50–60% of our contract. We received the responses to our RFQ. I am not part of the procurement process. I cannot tell you how many we received, but I do know we had a robust competition. Robust competition in my years of doing this means more than 3, more than 4 proposals. For that, that's great news. We are working now to analyze this, and we hope to have the RFP prepared to go on the street to the pre-selected contractors, which we're going to know that sometime the 2nd week of May. And we're gonna do that in July. New Hall Yard and the Santa Clara Station, they are progressing as we were planning, and the stations now, RFQ is marked to be on the street next month, at the end of May. The next page, Nothing new here. You know all this, just we marking as we progressing. As I told you, 2 RFQs are already completed, and we are approaching now the new Hall Yard and the Santa Clara station very shortly in the month of May, and the stations by the end of May. And that completes my report, Mr. Chairman, for now.
Takis, thank you very much. Before I go to my colleagues, let's see if we have any public comments first. I see we have a couple people.
Yes, we have two speakers, Roland and Blair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you for Evelyn for introducing you to the acronym BSV, Bar Silicon Valley. So I'm looking at the BSV program monthly cost report, January 2021. And on page 9, I find something that may be of interest to you, which reads as follows. Oh, by the way, this is addressed to Mr. Salpayers by Mr. John Rowe. Reads as follows. This month's BSV finance charge estimate was increased as a result of recent efforts to strengthen VTA's 2016 Measure B financial capacity. This change caused the total BSV2 estimate to increase by $202 million from 6.739 to 6.941 million. So that's out there for you to think about. I'm asking for Mr. Talpayer's resignation effective immediately for failing to communicate this information to you, and I'll be forwarding it to you every month moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I just wanted to quickly offer, you know, with phase 1 BART issues that there's often big bellies at those places, and big bellies, trash compactors, they have sometimes some controversial apps, and those controversial apps need review in a shorter amount of time period. Yeah, I guess that's all for now. I wanted to thank yourselves for your March Board of Directors meeting that I felt was just, you handled so incredibly maturely. It was really a life lesson for myself that, you know, you're dealing with really important issues that I'll be trying to discuss in the next few items. That just a real thank you for, I mean, there was just maturity and a real just candor and honesty about how to ask and address the issues. And it was really good lesson for myself. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more public speakers. I'm going to close the public speaking section. Do my colleagues have any questions? Member Montano.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you go back to slide number 1?
Number 1.
No, actually, number 2.
Number 2, you mean?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
The project management oversight consultant, when they came by and, you know, do the checking and the questioning, did they find anything that that was not to their satisfaction?
Yeah, more questions and more technical clarifications, and their findings they report to the Federal Transit Administration, and every month Evelyn Tran receives from the Federal Transit Administration their report. We are not aware of anything unusual or inappropriate or along those lines. For that, everything is to be expected. A project like this being reviewed by the contractor working for the FTA comes back with more questions, and we've been working for them. This is part of our practice, Director Montano. That's how that works.
And so we are on target and on budget?
Yes, we are on budget of this project as we're moving on. We haven't started construction, as you know, yet, but we are on the schedule and on the budget, and we try to meet all the federal requirements to get us to start the construction early next year, we hope.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comment. Oh, Mr. Lawson, do you have something to share?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to acknowledge the great assistance we had from Mayor Liccardo in hooking us up with some of the highest level of the Department of Transportation, as well as with the Federal Transit Administration. Sam, as always, does a great job in these kinds of situations. And I have to tell you that we came away very pleased with the results. At the highest levels in the new administration, they are aware of and supportive of our project and committed to working with us to see this successfully completed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, and I'm just going to go back again. I'm checking one last time. If my colleagues have any questions? I'm not seeing any. This is just an information item, so there's no action required here. I'm going to move on to item 7.2, which is 1, approve the 2016 Measure B 10-year program and biannual budget principles, and 2, direct staff to apply the principles and develop formulas for allocating for the formula-based program categories for the 2016 Measure B fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 biannual budget. Kathleen Kelly, our interim chief financial officer, is going to provide a report, and we are going to offer her the floor.
Thank you, Chair Hendricks, and good evening, board members. I'm on my phone tonight because of some technical difficulties, so we'll hope that this goes okay. The action item before you tonight is a continuation of an item that we began discussing with the board at the January workshop, and that we have brought back twice since then as information items. Tonight, we are requesting action on the first set of recommendations, which is to adopt principles to guide the development of the 2016 Measure B biennial budget and 10-year program. Based on questions and comments at the March board meeting, we decided to step back and separate the discussion and adoption of principles for the full Measure B program from the adoption of the project selection criteria. Essentially, we realized that we were trying to bite off too much at one time. So today we'll be focusing on the proposed principles, which is noted here will still apply to all 9 program categories. And on the next slide, I'll show those 9 categories again. The reason we decided, excuse me, you can go back to the slide, the previous slide, please. The reason we decided to separate the principles from the project criteria is that it became clear that while the principles were generally well understood and accepted, we needed more time to develop the project selection criteria for the need capacity-based programs. Also, with the approval of the principles, we could move ahead to develop allocations for the formula-based programs right away. I'll talk more about the next steps and timeline at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. So this slide shows again the 9 program categories, and they're probably starting to look a little familiar to you. As you may remember, we divided the programs into 2 groups because we proposed to allocate monies to the 2 groups very differently. First, on the left side of the page, you'll see the formula-based programs, which include local streets and roads, bike and ped, and transit operations. And on the right side of the page is the second group, the need capacity-based programs. And you can see the 6 programs included there. It's important to keep the 2 program frameworks in mind as we move to the discussion of the proposed principles. Next slide, please. As a result of the most recent board committee recommendations, we now have 6 principles that we're recommending for your consideration and adoption this evening. These 6 principles would guide the development of the 10-year Measure B program and the upcoming biennial budget. I would like to briefly go over each principle and highlight recommendations from the standing committees a few weeks ago. To try to make it easier to track the recommended changes from the committees, we used both color coding and italics with recommended language from the CMPP committee in red and in italics, and recommendations from the A&F committee that are bolded and in green. I apologize to people with color blindness because I know that it may be difficult to see the colors, but I hope that the different font will help. In addition to the principles themselves, we included short descriptions and clarifying language for each principle in the memo. The first principle simply states that the program of projects must comply with the language of the ballot measure. This principle was added after the January board workshop at the suggestion of board members. The next principle would require that there be some level of investment in each of the program categories throughout the 10-year program. The CMPP committee recommended changing the word during to throughout to avoid any suggestion that funding would only be included for a program in the final year of the 10-year program. And the last principle on this page refers strictly to the formula-based programs that I showed on the left side of the previous page, the local streets and roads, bike and ped, and transit operations. This principle directs that funding for these programs be allocated on an annual basis using the ratios or percentages that were included in the ballot measure. So for instance, since the language of Measure B directs that 19% of program tax revenues be allocated for local streets and roads, this principle says that when the 10-year Measure B program is approved, it will show 19% of estimated program tax revenues being allocated for local streets and roads in each and every year of the 10-year program, including each year of the biennial budget. Adoption of this principle allows local jurisdictions to do their own budget planning, knowing that this funding will be available on a consistent basis. Next slide, please. This next principle refers to all the programs that were on the right-hand side of that earlier slide. And as you can see, the standing board committees recommended lengthy edits. The intent of this principle is to state that unlike the formula programs, which will receive their set allocation ratio each year, the projects in this category will be evaluated and prioritized based on specific prioritization processes and criteria. We are still defining those processes and criteria, and that is the subject of a recommendation that we will bring to the committees and the board next month. I want to point out that the slide shown here is slightly different than what was uploaded earlier and is also slightly different from the language in the memo. We had tried to reflect the language recommended by the committees, and we realized today that we had not been able to do that as accurately as we hoped. So after listening to the recordings from the committees again, we are submitting this recommended language. Next slide, please. The next principle is related to financing tools as a means to make funding available when projects are ready. And this has not changed from our earlier discussions. You can think of debt financing from Measure B in a similar manner to the mortgage on your house. Issuing debt or taking out a mortgage allows you to move into your house now or build your project now and amortize the payment over the life of the measure. The final principle shown here was recommended by the A&F committee, and my understanding of the intent is that the agency explicitly consider opportunities to maximize investments in Measure B funded projects when outside funding is available to leverage. Next slide, please. The next few slides show what will happen next. We're here tonight at the April board meeting with the recommendation to approve the principles. If these principles are approved, we will continue along the two paths I outlined earlier, one for the formula-based programs and another for the need capacity-based programs. Based on approval of the principle related to funding for formula-based programs, staff will calculate the allocations for local streets and roads, bike and ped, transit operation programs, and we will present recommended allocations for fiscal years 22 and 23 to the advisory and standing committees in a few weeks and return to the board in May for approval of those allocations. And then those approved allocations will be included in the biennial budget that comes to the board in June. Next slide, please. This slide shows what happens next for the need capacity-based projects. As I mentioned earlier, staff needed more time to develop the criteria and articulate how projects will be prioritized. As a result, we also plan to bring the recommended criteria to committees in the next few weeks and the full board in May, but this will be a separate memo from the recommended allocations from the formula-based programs that I just mentioned. Once the board approves the prioritization process and criteria, staff will apply the criteria to projects and develop recommended allocations for the biennial budget and bring those to the board later in the summer. Although that will delay by a few months any allocations to the need capacity-based programs, we don't anticipate that it will delay any projects because there are sufficient unspent funds available from prior year allocations. Next slide, please. And then finally, later this summer, staff will also present a full recommended 10-year Measure B program to the board that includes the allocations for the formula-based programs as well as the need capacity-based programs. The 10-year program will include the first 2 years, which will be part of the biennial budget, as well as estimated allocations for the out years. Revenues and proposed plan allocations will be updated every 2 years during the biennial budget process. That ensures that revenues are adjusted on a regular basis to match changes in economic conditions and forecasts, and that allocation plans are also adjusted to meet schedule and cost changes. In addition to the board standing committees, staff presented this item to 3 advisory committees: Technical Advisory Committee, Citizens Advisory Committee, and Policy Advisory Committee in the past month. All 3 unanimously recommended this item for approval, and at the PAC, their motion to recommend approval also recommended incorporating their comments from the meeting, as well as their request for a visual tool showing sales tax collections by each jurisdiction. We just received the requested sales tax data from our consultant yesterday, so we were unable to include the information with tonight's packet. However, we will make that information available as soon as we have a chance to review it. At several committees, both advisory and board standing committees, we received many comments and questions about the Measure B ballot language regarding debt financing, specifically how debt financing is calculated. So we included attachment B in the packet to show the actual language from the ballot, which mandates that debt service along with administrative costs are deducted off the top before the program tax revenues are calculated. We also included an example to show in simple terms how this would work, including how revenues are then calculated for each of the program categories. To sum up tonight's item, we're recommending that you consider and approve the principles I articulated a few minutes ago. We will then have 2 items for your consideration in May. The first is approval of the specific allocations for the formula-based programs, and second, approval of the prioritization process and project selection criteria for the need capacity-based programs. Thank you for your attention, and I'm available with other staff to respond to your questions and comments.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. Always very clear and concise what you have to say. Before I go to my colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and go to public comments. So can we go to our public speakers now?
Yes, Chair. Before we go to public, I'd like to note for the record that we did receive public comment from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group expressing support for this program. Our 2 speakers are Jason and Blair. Jason, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. My name's Jason Baker, and I'm Senior Vice President of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group for Transportation, Housing, and Health. On behalf of SVLG, I'd like to express our support for staff's recommended language and updated principles. The language as proposed retains a BART cap at 25% of program tax revenues, keeps faith with voters, and works towards a fair allocation over the life of the measure. We would like to also encourage the board to explicitly prioritize projects that can attract significant outside funding. Attracting as much outside funding as possible to make Measure B dollars go farther is in the interest of all cities and all projects. This BART extension has a strong track record of attracting federal dollars to the region, and we should keep that up. To the extent the board considers congestion management as another criteria for prioritization, ridership alone is not the right measurement. BART helps induce density, walkable, bikeable development, and is a critical anchor to our urban cores. Thank you all for your service to your cities and your region.
Thank you. And to our next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. To conclude from my previous item, no one panicked and no one worked in secrecy and hid and from that, those 3 things often create kind of an irrational, rash thinking, and that didn't happen at the last meeting. And it was just, I was really impressed with just how you handled yourselves, openly and honestly to address the issues of Part 2 issues in the future. And, Nuria and everyone did such a great job the last year to create a transit-oriented purpose of how to redirect BART funding and how, city streets of local Santa Clara County cities can rely on BRT issues. And, she moved funds around incredibly well. So I hope that was part of the reason why there wasn't panic. And we can deal with these things. And it gave me a lot of confidence as an everyday person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that was our last public speaker, so we'll close the public speaker section. I'm going to come back to my colleagues, and the first hand I see is Member Abikoga.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. My question had to do with actually related to public comment by Mr. Baker about prioritizing projects that can attract outside funding, which is, I believe, that related to the last principle that was added by ANF. And my question was, how does that relate to the other categories, or I'm sorry, the other principles? And in terms of, are there, I can understand prioritizing, but will that still be within the, the caps of all of the other categories listed?
My understanding from the committee discussion was that it doesn't change any of the other principles. It's just there as recognition to highlight the desire to take advantage and leverage funds when they're available.
Okay. I just had a request from my team if it's possible to actually codify that by including in the principle subject to the constraints of the other principles. I don't have a vote, but if someone is interested in including that, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Member Smidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I'd like to do to facilitate the conversation is put a motion on the floor. And what I will do is I will move the recommended action and language with, I had only one item, but now with Supervisor Koga, I have two, with only two minor clarifying amendments to the recommended language. On page 6, where it says explicitly and transparently consider opportunities from external funders, I believe that Councilmember Koga has suggested that we add the language subject to the constraints of the other principles, which is what is indicated in the staff report on page 4. So I offer the staff recommendation with that minor clarifying amendment. And the other minor clarifying amendment is on page 5. If I could ask the staff to go back to that page and put it up on the screen. Thank you very much. Just to add here as well, that it should indicate the 23.81% ratio of program tax revenues for the BART project, because that is in fact the number in our Measure B ballot language, and for whatever reason, the ratio didn't get included. It's the only one of the 9 programs that doesn't have a ratio referenced in the principles, so it should be included. So move recommendation of the staff with the addition of the language suggested by Ms. Abe Koga, and with the 23.81% ratio for BART to be included in the item on page 5.
And before I ask for a second, Supervisor Smidian, does your motion also include to direct staff to apply the principles and develop funding allocations for the formula-based program categories for the 2016 Measure B fiscal 2022-2023 biannual budget?
Yes, and I won't repeat all that, but yes, Mr. Chairman, it does. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a script in front of me. There's words our staff would like to hear. So I'm going to go ahead and go to Member Montano.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question for the CFO.
Before we go to questions, could we see if we can get a second first?
I will second.
Okay, then thank you. And Member Montano.
Just some clarification for this to the CFO. So you mentioned that you don't have the sales tax revenues. Can you give me a guesstimate what we will be receiving?
Yes, actually, the request was to have the sales tax revenues broken down by each of the cities, and so we had to work with a consultant. We don't actually have our sales tax broken down by cities, but we have a way to get at something that we think is quite close, and we just received that information yesterday. So we need to review it, and we will send it out as soon as we do that. Probably early next week we could have it available.
And Kathleen, before we go to any other questions, was also part of the request not just to produce that as a report, but to create like a dashboard or something so it'd be easily consumable information. and
Yes,
it would be updated regularly?
I understood it to be a visual tool. So one of the things we're playing around with is like a pie chart to see if that is helpful.
Okay, all right.
We
Sorry.
just got the raw data yesterday, so we need to look at how
Okay.
best to portray that.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question, and I don't know who this is for. It's for the Measure B. And I know that one of the premises mandates is on the language is to relieve traffic on, to relieve, in order to ease highway congestion. So my concerns are with the Calaveras Bridge, but now that's supposed to be widened. And so does that fall under the formula-based programs or the need capacity-based programs?
The need capacity-based programs.
And do you know when more or less that will start? I know that you just hired somebody, a consultant. So do you know more or less when that will start? Construction for the widening of Calaveras Bridge to the Highway 237?
Either
No,
Casey or Jean, someone on who could, from the project side, who could answer that question. I'm afraid I don't know the construction
okay.
schedule,
And
so
the reason
that
why
would have
I'm
to come
asking
from
is-
our project office.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking, because that area is so congested, because you have people coming from 680 freeway onto the crossroads, which is Calaveras. And so maybe if you find out when that will start, you can get back to me. It doesn't have, you don't have to do it now.
If I could share, I think what this is an example of where we need to finalize the criteria. And then it goes into all the other things that are being discussed in terms of, definition of the project, EIR, and where it fits in all that. And I don't know the status of all that, but that's an example of those things. And it's through that process, then you get that answer out the other side of how much money is allocated, where other funds are coming from, and that kind of stuff.
Okay, I just want to keep it on the radar. That's, since I represent the citizens in that city, so thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Next, I believe we have Member Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I have a request for a language modification on one of the descriptors of one of the criteria. It's the fifth one. I'm not asking for a language change on the heading, which is use financing tools to make funding available when projects are ready, subject to available financing capacity. I think that's fine. The description, I think, I like it to reflect more of the fact that the board would be exercising its discretion to decide whether financing is applied. I understand that the measure language has particular language with regard to the implementation and the calculation of the method of application, but I'd like to adjust this language to make it more clear that the board has discretion and is exercising that discretion with regard to whether that application is made. So my proposed language change as a friendly amendment for this description, let me first read how the description reads right now.
Can staff go to that page?
Oh,
We
great.
have that?
That would be great. Yeah, the language is not actually in the.
It's in the report, it's
Right.
on page 4 of 6 in the report, I believe is what you're referring to.
That's correct. And so it's under the first bullet point on page 4 of 6 in the report. And the packet that I'm looking at is superenumerated page 388, I believe, for this page. But that descriptor reads as follows, quote, if anticipated 2016 Measure B allocation needs in a biennial budget surpass the projected revenues, financing tools will be used to fund the projects within the biennial budget. I would like to propose a change in this first sentence to strike the word tools and to put the word considered instead of used, so that the sentence would then read, quote, if anticipated 2016 Measure B allocation needs in a biennial budget surpass the projected revenues, financing will be considered to fund the projects within that biennial budget. The second sentence of this description reads, quote, the specific financing tool will be approved by the VTA Board of Directors at the time the funds are actually needed. I believe that the intent of this sentence is to indicate that the VTA board will be considering for approval the specific financing tool. And so I would like to ask that this sentence be changed to read, the specific financing tool will be considered for approval by the VTA Board of Directors at the time the funds are actually needed. I think that's more reflective of the intent of the description. And so I would like to propose that language change in the descriptor here as a friendly amendment.
And can I ask staff if they have any comments, and then we'll go to the maker of the motion to see what his thoughts are.
The intent with the second sentence is actually to say that even if the funding is included, say you have a 10-year plan and it assumes financing because you need to have additional funding, the revenues don't cover the expenses. The intent of the second sentence is to say that even with that, when actual financing needs to be done, so when a project, say it's going to construction, and at that point the financing needs to be done, that the board will approve that financing tool, and it could be different depending on what the market is and what kind of how we decide to leverage that debt. So that's the intended difference between the two sentences. I don't know if that changes your recommendation.
I want to capture the idea that the board is considering for approval of what you're describing there. I understand that the financing tool is the item that is being considered here, but I think that this language makes it seem too much like whatever financing tool is selected will be approved by the VTA Board of Directors.
I see. It sounds like it must be approved or something.
Exactly.
I see. I understand.
Right. And so I'd like to just make it clear that it's a discretionary decision by making it, instead of will be approved, will be considered for approval by the VTA Board of Directors. So I think the mechanism is the same, and what you're describing is the same as what I'm amenable to, but just to kind of clarify that language to make sure that the VTA board still has that discretion to consider it as well as approve it. If that's agreeable, I think we're on the same page there.
I think the board always has discretion on whether to approve things. So I understand your distinction.
Great. Oh, wonderful. Honestly, with that verbiage, I'd be okay with, since you're recorded there saying that. But I mean, just to clarify, if that language adjustment would be accepted by the mover, I'd appreciate it, as well as the seconder.
Let's go to the maker and see what his thoughts are.
Darcy, this is Joe. Can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you.
Thanks. In an effort just to keep these relatively short, what if we said use financing tools if, and I'm looking at the existing sentence, use financing tools, comma, if approved by the VTA Board of Directors, comma, to make funding available when projects are ready. And that it's very clear in one sentence that it's a matter subject to the approval of the VTA Board of Directors.
And are you contemplating Supervisor Simidian keeping that language at the end, subject to available financing capacity in the bullet point item?
Yes. So the rest of the sentence would be exactly what is currently on page 6, the bulleted point that you reference. But I would I think, short and sweet. I take your point and I agree with it. We're in the same place. You're right about that. Use financing tools, comma, if approved by the VTA Board of Directors, comma, that's the insert. And then the rest of it stands, to make funding available when projects are ready, subject to available financing capacity. But there's a clear indication that that's a judgment call that the board has to make, rather than just say it shall happen.
That's right. And I understand your point. I just wanted to make sure that other qualifier was still there in your suggestion. And my reaction to that substantively is that I think your suggestion actually captures more clearly, and it's in the, it's in the point itself, what I was trying to achieve by some tweaks to the language of the description. So I'm actually better with that than what I was suggesting. So absolutely.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing the friendly amendment is the language that Member Simidian just spoke.
I'll modify it if we want to make it, modification of the friendly amendment to adopt Member Simidian's, proposed language as my friendly amendment. But I think Member Simidian also has the discretion to modify his own motion as well. So I'm not really particular as to how.
So, Member Simidian, would it just be easier? Can you just restate your motion for us, please?
The entire motion?
No, just the part that's the clarity on the language you were just discussing.
Yes. The first bullet point on page 6 of the staff's PowerPoint would now read, use financing tools, comma, subject to approval by the VTA Board of Directors, comma, to make funding available when projects are ready, comma, subject to available financing capacity. So I am adding 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 words, subject to approval by the VTA Board of Directors, as a parenthetical phrase to make the point that Member Darcy Paul has raised, which I agree with.
And is the seconder of the motion okay?
I am. I'd just like to say thanks to Member Paul for raising this. It's not only important for this set of principles, but I think it's really consistent with the whole spirit of the governing reforms that the board has taken on, and I would just like to encourage staff to, going forward, have that sensitivity throughout this process to be clear that the approvals of the board are not virtually stipulated or even implied, but discretionary.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've got clarity on what the motion is for what's going on. Do my colleagues have any other thoughts or comments or questions? I'm seeing none, so I think it would be time for Elaine to call the roll.
Okay, just to clarify, just to make sure that I got this right, the motion on the floor is to approve the staff recommendation as noted on the screen with changes on the some of the criteria. First would be on slide number 5 to add 23.81% there. Second would be on the first bullet on slide number 6, as stated by Member Simidian. And the third would be some changes on the second bullet on slide number 6. Did I get that correctly, Board Member Simidian?
That is correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Please, Elaine, before you proceed, can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
I was going to call on you, but go ahead.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand the 23.8% as the first I've heard of it. And so I just want to understand from staff's perspective, we are hopefully within the next 120 days, or perhaps immediately thereafter, going to receive what we hope will be a full funding grant agreement from the FTA of somewhere on the order of $1.7 billion. And what I want to understand is if they will perceive a 23.8 odd % constraint to so constrain us within the next 10 years to make it infeasible to finance the project as it has long been planned and is consistent with everyone's clear expectations. In other words, I think we recognize that it is likely that most or all of the BART project funding would be front-loaded unless we were to incur a lot of financing costs by backloading it. And so my question is by passing something like this, does this tie our hands in ways they'll make us significantly less competitive with the FTA. And I guess that's a question for Takis or Jim Lawson or anybody else who's deeply involved in that process.
So does staff have a response first?
I can take a shot at it, Mr. Mayor, and then Jim can talk more. Our application with the feds speaks about 25%. Any number below that might create questions. But Jim, what's your thinking here?
It's my understanding that the percentages as divided based on our most recent sales tax calculations are extremely close to what we were looking at. So that's probably the best answer I can get. It's very tough to say. You can read the FDA's mind, but I'm cautiously optimistic, and I will defer to Kathleen if she has any other updates on the exact level of the sales tax projection.
Well, what I can say is, and it's not a simple calculation because it does have to do
I'm sorry,
with,
Kathleen, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm really actually not looking for the sales tax projections we've got. I'm really more interested in what does the FTA think if we're ratcheting down the percentage from 25%. I mean, I understand the point, Kathleen, about whatever projections there might be, but I'm much more concerned about what we're doing to our opportunity to bring $1.7 billion from the federal government into this county.
that I don't have a comment on. I think I'll leave that with what Jim said.
Right. So I guess I just need to understand if, as Takis is saying, everyone's understanding has been 25%. That has been our understanding until 45 minutes ago. I'd hate to think if we were just to jump into this number, we'd be severely setting back our opportunity for the largest federal investment in any infrastructure project in our valley's history.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
I'm actually looking for staff response, Joe.
And there's other. You're in line, Joe. So we'll get to where you're at.
We had some discussions like this back in October, November, Mr. Mayor, with FTA, when some conversations were going around about Measure B and the stability of Measure B and so on. And we didn't get a very favorable reaction for that. If we now have to change the 25% to 23.8, I really don't know how they're going to react, but we're creating more problems for ourselves. But if we can figure a way to stay with what we have submitted on our application, I think it's better for all of us. That's my thing.
Yeah. So I'd be prepared to support something that has the original 25%, which is what the voters voted on. That's what we all agreed to. And at least until 45 minutes ago, I understood that to be what the constraint would be. I understand that the 23.8% might be the expected ratio based on the expected revenues of an expected $6.3 billion. The problem is we're dealing with federal government that is risk averse in all construction project financing. And I just don't think we should be playing games here in really the 11th hour of this effort. We've been at this for 21 years and we have a very unique opportunity now that may not emerge for a long time again. So I'm not prepared to support this under the current language. I'm certainly open to alternatives and I'd be prepared to make a substitute motion, but I'd love to hear from my colleagues before I do so.
And Mr. Chair, if I could comment, because the EPD document was done before I got here, but I've been reminded that is the, as Takis said, that is the amount that's in there. And so this could be considered a material change to that document.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go to Member Chavez and then Member Smidian next.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the staff another question, and really just better understanding the implications of the way this the way you've looked at the budget principles and the overall, like the process that you've laid out. If we're giving a percentage below the 25% to this particular project at this point in time, what are the implications of that relative to the way the staff is planning from here forward?
Kathleen.
You're on mute. Sorry, Kathleen. I know you're on your phone. That's so painful. There you go.
Yeah. Thank you. What I can say is that we understand how the percentage lower than 25 is developed. It was done by taking the raw numbers, but there was also a 25% cap that was put in. So I can't really say how that would play out going forward. It is.
You all are using this as a tool. The staff's going to be using this as a tool to bring, to bring information back to us, to bring strategies back to us, to bring funding strategies, all of that.
Right.
And as we have been moving forward, and I know that the language says it will be capped at a maximum of 25%. And from my perspective, that had meant 25% unless we don't need the 25%. I know everybody's going to look at that a little differently. But when you're talking about a multi-billion-dollar project, 23.8 or 25, there's a difference there. And so my question is, for planning purposes, in terms of the way you all will do your work, does it move does that, in your minds, does that move the maximum, the cap from 25%, essentially move it down to 23.8?
I think it would. And what I can say is that when we did the scenario back in January before Raj left, and that was what we considered a stress test, looking at putting in, a lot of planned projects in the early phases, early 10 years of the measure. And we were able to show that we could still fund BART, and it was under the 25%. It was under 24%. I don't remember exactly what it was. If it were constrained at 23.8%, yeah, it would be more difficult, obviously.
Yeah, and I guess just to my colleagues, what I'm concerned about is fundamentally changing a metric that I think will have a significant impact for certain on this project, and so I'm uncomfortable with that. I think the other two issues that were raised as part of the motion, I don't have concerns about, but I do have a concern about this change, because I both think it is substantial, and if it changes our planning procedures and and puts a new cap, because we have a cap in the ballot measure itself. I can't support that. Thank you.
Next is Member Smidian.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is a little complicated, obviously, so I apologize, but please bear with me. And Ms. Tran, I'm going to look to you in your general counsel role. I want to be very clear. I am not proposing that we change any term of Measure B. That's not what the amendment does. The existing language of Measure B, which is what we all are talking about and voted on and promised the voters, says explicitly, and I'm looking at the very first page, and this is 7.2A in our materials, that the estimated amounts for each category reflect the allocation of approximately $6.3 billion. The estimated amounts for each category divided by 6.3 billion establishes ratios for the allocation among the categories. Ms. Tran, that language applies to each category, meaning all of the categories. So Measure B, BART Phase 2 funding is unique only in that it has both a cap and a ratio, but the ratios apply to all 9 categories. Is that not true, ma'am?
The ratios apply to all 9 categories because that's how it adds up to 100. However, there is what differentiates the BART project is that it can go above that ratio, and therefore that's the 25% cap.
So the ratio is 23.81%, and it does apply to the BART funding, yes? There's a difference between a cap and a ratio, is there not?
You are correct.
Okay, colleagues, so what's happened is in the conversation, people are conflating, confusing, mushing together a cap, which is one constraint, and a ratio, which is another constraint. There happen to be both constraints on the BART funding, and that's explicit in the language of the measure. So please don't confuse, conflate, push the two together. There are 2 different protections around that money. And that's specifically because we had these conversations 4 years ago. And so if people are going to say now, oh, the ratio doesn't really apply, it doesn't count, it's just the cap, that is the action that would then set aside the language of the measure and, quite frankly, bring litigation upon us, which then has the potential to really stop the project in its tracks, which none of us want to see. So, I understand people can speculate about the federal government. Yeah, the federal government would always like more, fair enough. And I understand that people want, who place this project above all others as a priority, want more money there. But the fact of the matter is that 23.81% is a ratio, and the ratios apply to all 9 categories. And the principles that we have in front of us right now have ratio references for every single one of the 9 categories except this one. So all we're doing is following Measure B and conforming the way we treat BART with the way we've treated every one of the other 8 categories. Now, if you don't want to do that, then we can't be surprised that we put ourselves at risk of litigation. So I hope people will vote for the motion as it stands.
If I may, Member Simidian, I do think that the 25% cap on BART does make it different from the other ratios. And so I do want to put that out there.
It absolutely does, but nowhere in the Measure B language, which you were kind enough to share with us, does it say that the ratios don't apply to BART. Quite the opposite. It says that the ratios apply to each of the categories. So you're not arguing that it doesn't apply. And in fact, I appreciate your comment earlier that it does apply. So asking that we follow the principles, asking that the principles follow the language of Measure B, it doesn't seem an unreasonable request to me.
Joe, do you have anything else for right now?
Nope, thanks.
Okay. Next is the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Board Member Simidian, help me understand. I understand your argument about the ratios. So are you saying that the ratios, particularly the ratio for the BART project, is a default cap?
No, because the amount of funding for the 9 various programs or categories rather could change over the 30 years. And we know that the tax revenue could change over the years. We know that some programs could be fully funded and others might be oversubscribed. So what I'm saying is that while the other 8 categories have only one constraint on them, which is their ratio, that in the case of the BART funding, the language provides for 2 criteria, both the ratio and the cap, and the ratios could change 10, 15, 20 years from now, and that ratio could go up or down, but the cap will always be there. It's a belt and suspenders is all it is, and it was very explicitly negotiated in very public settings, and I'm just asking people to honor both commitments that were made in open and public settings 4 years ago.
No, I hear what you're saying. Going back to the intent of the voters, I know my intent when I voted for this measure, and as well as my communicating to the public, was that that 25% number, the cap at 25%, was the default BART allocation. And I think the perception of most people was that that 25% was the default BART allocation. Based on the scenarios that you described, the board always has the discretion based on the ballot measure to increase funding to BART up to that 25% cap. So I don't believe that we should set our principles based on what I consider to be a soft cap versus a hard cap of 25%. And again, I feel that was the intent of the ballot measure. I think that was the understanding of the voters. I know that was my understanding. And I think that we should not make that change to reduce it to 23.81, and we should maintain the 25%. So I will not be supporting your motion, board member.
Okay, next we're going to go to Member Perales.
Yeah, thank you. A question for Evelyn. Evelyn, what, if any, would be potential, I guess, litigation risk in regards to what Director Simitian is proposing here that he feels could bring us some risk?
The litigation in this regard would be what Member Jones was mentioning, which is what was the intent of the voters. It would be a taxpayer lawsuit. And it's going to revolve around a jury determining whether, when they look at the 25% cap language in the ballot measure, whether they believe that is the ratio, and that's the established ratio that would guide the allocation of the program tax revenues.
Okay, thank you. And I kind of look at a cap as pretty easy to understand language, that it's not to be sort of at least exceed that, obviously, unless other measures are taken, but that's to be interpreted as what it says, which is a cap. But that one of the other, I think, assumptions that is being made and has to be made, and certainly was made when the ballot measure was constructed, was on potential sales tax revenues. But that's obviously not a perfect science, at least not until it's all done, right? So as it's sort of being projected out, and then ultimately, where those numbers lie at the end of the day will rely on the end of the day sales tax measures, and thus could be, right, as I think we've been describing here, could ultimately be less than 25%, or could ultimately come out to be more, but we have this cap, and that's how I kind of look at the 25% cap as in that regard. So I guess I'm not as confused or concerned about what the interpretation of the measure should be or should have been. I'm a little more concerned about adding in specific percentage here that's less than 25 as a cap, or really any specific percentage there, especially that might rely on the sales tax estimates that we're projecting here. Anything less than the 25, as was stated in the ballot language, and obviously would rely on your support as our general counsel, right, to be able to help guide us if indeed that was a direction that we should not be going. So that's kind of the last question is there concern with either direction here with the current proposed motion, or if indeed we simply change the motion or voted this down and made a substitute motion that just left the cap at 25%.
I'm not quite sure I understand your question. Whether you want to leave the 25% cap language in the principle and what the ramifications of that.
I'm asking, I guess, two questions. One would be the current motion that we have on the table is suggesting, and I'm blanking on the 23 point something percent, right? And is there litigation risk with that? Is number one. So you can answer that maybe first.
Is there litigation risk to put that amount in? I don't think there's litigation risk of putting that amount in.
Oh, okay. And then secondly, and it is just a reiteration of really the first question, but I'm asking now for your legal interpretation. If we were to now strike that language and not use what Director Simitian is suggesting and simply go with the 25%, what would be your, if any, advice on litigation risk?
If it goes back to what was originally there, was just the 25% cap, I think that just tracks the ballot language as well. I don't think there is litigation risk there either.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have member Constantine.
Thank you, Chair. Question for either Ms. Tran or Ms. Kelly. The ballot ratio, and I'm trying to get back on attachment B, are we allowed to go over 100% as far as the ballot established ratio?
Well, from a practical standpoint, in the end, we're going to have to add up to 100%.
Okay, so we'd have to, if we were going to, and I understand what Board Member Simitian is saying to a point, but I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it that they both can be true. If we are going to allow BART phase 2 to go up to 25%, then we'd have to find 1.19% from the other program categories so that we maintain that 100%. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. In the end, it has to add to 100%.
So if we left the motion and it passed as is, then and BART would go up to 25%. We would have to take 1.19% from other categories. Is that correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, but okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, next we're going to Member Ricardo.
Thank you. I appreciate the dialogue. I went back to take another look at the ballot language, and in the complete text, it does describe BART phase 2, and the estimated at 1.5 billion. The word estimated is used frequently throughout the ballot language. Estimated at 1.5 billion of program tax revenues in 2017 dollars, capped at a maximum of 25% of program tax revenues. And then the language to which Dr. Simitian referred said the estimated amounts for each category reflect the allocation of approximately 6.3 billion. This time we see approximately an estimated used. The estimated amounts for each category divided by 6.3 billion establishes ratios for the allocations among categories. Then the next sentence says the VTA Board of Directors may modify those allocation amounts following the program amendment process outlined in this resolution. I think the emphasis is on the words approximately and estimated, because that's what all these ratios are based on, and they don't form the basis for any lawsuit because the language is a cap at 25%. And the reason why they're in the ballot language. So I'd be happy to support a motion that would incorporate all of the amendments except for that one. And I guess perhaps to make it cleaner, if folks are concerned about whether ratios apply to one program category and not another, I'd be perfectly fine in simply saying we delete all the language after the 25% cap language of that principle. So it's clear there's a 25% cap. There's already a principle that says we're going to follow the language of the ballot measure. Let's make this simple and let's not make it unduly difficult for ourselves in a moment when we critically need to ensure we have confidence from the FTA that we're going to do what we told the voters we'd do and what we've been telling the public we would do. So I would make a substitute motion to adopt the language that was described by Director Simitian, with the exception that on the principle, I'm trying to pull up the language now, the principle regarding the 25% cap and the various ratios, they simply delete all the language regarding the individual ratios and merely keep the 25% cap on BART, since that is what is explicitly in the ballot language.
And since the language is slightly different, we might want to bring that slide up just to be clear about it. If you could go a few slides from here. Continue.
A few more. I believe it's slide number 5.
There,
that's
right
it.
there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, my motion would simply halt after the language that is in red.
So your motion is what was there before, but remove the essentially other ratio pieces. And did I hear someone second that?
Yes, Chair, that was Constantine.
Okay. Okay, so there's a substitute motion on the floor, and I'm going to go to Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you. Colleagues, I appreciate your letting this conversation play out regardless of how the vote goes. But there are some things that are just factual that we need to get in the record, and I want to get into the record of this meeting. Let's start with the language that was read and reread that says the estimated amount for each category, the estimated amounts, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, Director Liccardo wanted to focus on estimated and approximately, but here's what it says, and it doesn't say it in anything other than clear, straightforward statutory language, Ms. Tran, that the court will have to read and apply because it's plain language. It says the estimated amounts for each category, so that's each category, all 9 of them, divided by 6.3 billion, establishes ratios for the allocation among the categories. That means that the language that we're looking at, that the voters approved, that a court would consider, has ratios that are established by these estimated amounts. That's what the law provides. That's what the ballot measure provides. It doesn't say estimates or approximates, it says establishes ratios. So that's what we're going to live with. Now, I see people focusing on the 25%. So let me just say, again, in Measure B, looking at the language, folks, I'm not, extrapolating. I'm not trying to mind read. It says BART Phase 2 estimated at $1.5 billion of program tax revenues in 2017 dollars. And then it goes on to say, capped at a maximum of 25% of program tax revenues. Well, here's the thing. If they had taken 25% to the 6.3 billion, because that's the number that they wanted to use, meaning 25%, that would have produced 1.575 billion, meaning another $75 million. But that isn't the number they used. They used the number that is the ratio, not the 25% cap. if the number there said 1.575, then I think there might be an argument. But rather clearly, somebody did the math with 6.3 billion as the estimate and said, no, we're not going to do 25% of that. We're going to do a lesser amount, because to member Constantine's point earlier, if you say we're going to do 25%, not 23.81%, which is the ratio established in the measure, that money's going to come out of somebody else's ratio and share, and something else isn't going to get funded. So I would urge members to support the language of Measure B, follow the law, follow the language, follow the commitment. And, that may be inconvenient, but it's what's there. And I'm quite clear there's a litigation potential if we go forward acting as if the ratio established by the measure does not exist. It exists in black and white. We voted on it and it was approved as that ratio. And the very fact that 1.5 billion is not 25% of the estimated tax revenues is proof positive of that fact. And I think, Mr. Chairman, that Pat Burt had his hand up before my second wind here. So thank you.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I've taken them in the order it shows up. They're the highest of who's the highest shows what it is. So we'll go to member Burt next.
Thank you. I had taken down my hand and then I've put it back up. So aside from the points that Supervisor Simidian just made, I want to raise a concern in the substitute motion, which I don't think I'm going to endorse support, but I am concerned about, even in that, the potential that it would pass, that it removes these other ratios. And if the chair would allow, I'd like to hear Supervisor Simidian's thoughts on the value of retaining ratios, the ratios for the other programs in either motion.
Through the chair, if I may.
Yes.
I could be wrong, but I thought at the Administration and Finance Committee, those other ratios were actually included at the suggestion of board member Liccardo. Do I remember that correctly? I don't sit on that committee.
I'm happy to respond, Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to.
No, I can ask staff. I mean, the staff took the minutes. Ms. Kelly?
I'm happy to respond, Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to.
Go ahead.
As Mr. Liccardo said earlier, the question is directed to staff.
Okay.
Forgive me, but
Okay, no.
I don't have the minutes in front of me. It is my recollection that that was originally proposed by Mr. Liccardo, but Elaine will have the actual minutes.
Yeah. And the only reason I reference it is I was surprised to hear earlier the comment, well, this 23.81 wasn't a number that was explicitly called out in the Measure B, and the ratios for none of the other 5 items that were requested to be included weren't there either as ratios. They are there in the description that I read saying shall establish the ratios. But Mr. Burt, I understand, I think, your desire to have these ratios here so that we protect the relative entitlement of each of these different categories, but I don't want to put them there if the suggestion then is that it was a conscious decision of our board not to honor the ratio and entitlement of all these programs, which will be lost if we don't honor the 23.81 as well. I mean, if the ratios really do apply to each category, which is what the ballot measure says, then it has to be each category. And the way it has been proposed by staff is on the previous page, page 4, it references the other 3 programs, I believe. And here we've got 5 programs where the numbers are called out, but we don't have the 9th and final one. And that would perhaps lead somebody to believe that the ratios don't apply to that one when the language of the measure clearly says they do. So I think we'd be better off to just leave them out altogether and finesse this point. I won't vote for the substitute motion, but because I think it is litigation bait as well as wrong. But I don't think we want to list 8 categories and then act like the 9th one doesn't have a ratio.
Well, I guess I'd say that I appreciate those points. I'm worried that we've jeopardized the other programs even more in standing on that, what I think is a correct principle.
Would you be more comfortable if it said consistent with a 25% cap of program tax revenues on the BART Phase 2 program category and the ratios contained in Measure B, and then we could all stop arguing about whether the 23.81 does or doesn't apply? That might be a happy solution for us all.
I think that might be more acceptable. Mayor Liccardo, as the maker, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a question actually asked of Sam, not the staff.
That's what.
Okay, yeah. I do get to respond good, because last time my name was mentioned, I wasn't allowed to respond. I am certainly happy to look, the very first principle says we're going to follow the ballot language. And yes, I said any constraint that's in the ballot language on funding, that should be incorporated by necessity. That's what we're all saying. So the challenge I have is if we're going to come up with a number that's conflicting with the same number we've been telling the federal government, the public, and the taxpayers, that just came up in the last 2 hours, that is a concern to me. So if you want to say something along the lines of, and any other ratios contained in the ballot language, fine. But what I'm not interested in doing is creating conflicting numbers.
Well, okay, so I understand that the next point you want to make, and that's been understood. I think there's a counter argument that I happen to think is stronger, but if you would consent to adding that additional clause on the ratios consistent with the ballot language on the other categories, I think that's an improvement. I still think that that the initial motion is the correct one, and I will be supporting that. And I don't want to mislead you on that, but I think.
Okay, well, honestly, I'm not that interested in taking the amendment then if you have no interest in supporting the motion. The point was to reach a compromise that we could agree on. If you still don't agree, then
we have two issues before us. One is whether we're going to have a compromise that that you think is the correct compromise. The other is whether that change, if your motion should prevail, provides better consistency with the ballot language. And out of principle, I would hope that you would include that clause in your motion, because you believe that you're trying to come as close as possible to abiding by the ballot language.
Well, my motion includes principle 1, comply with the language of the ballot measure.
Okay, and then lastly, it sounds like you're not receptive to that.
Well, if you're not receptive to compromise, I don't see any point, because I don't see any legal defect.
Okay.
In something that says we're going to comply with the language of the ballot.
Okay, I hear you. And then lastly, would we potentially be better informed on this issue if we curtailed it by a month and had the updated sales tax data?
Are you asking staff on that, or?
Yeah, I guess yes, I'll direct that.
Or do you just want to let colleagues to respond in their?
No, well, first I'd like to hear from staff on that.
I don't think that gets to this at all. I mean, the principles that we're adopting will be for the life of the measure. So it doesn't have to do with any sales tax updates at any given time. And the reason that we would like to have the principles adopted tonight and the direction to develop the allocations is for the formula-based program so that we can get that work done and get it into the biennial budget.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Member Paul.
Yeah, sorry to kind of digress a little bit. And I think I heard that this was the case, but I wanted to confirm that everything about the substitute motion, save for what we're discussing here in this slide, is identical to Supervisor Simitian's original motion.
Get through the chair.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's certainly my intention.
Supervisor Simitian, and then I'd like to make a comment.
Thank you. I am hopeful that we can get to yes, believe it or not. And here's what I want to confirm with Member Liccardo about his motion. If after the words consistent with the 25% cap of program tax revenues on the BART Phase 2 program category, if Member Liccardo were amenable on his substitute motion to adding the words and the ratios applicable to each category, period. So it would read, consistent with the 25% cap of program tax revenues on the BART Phase 2 program category and the ratios applicable to each category, period, I would be prepared to support the substitute motion. I think that solves the issue that Member Burt raised. I think it takes the issue off the table that Member Liccardo was concerned about, and it saves that debate for another day in a way that no one can possibly argue threatens anything right now, because the number that nobody was liking is not anywhere in the body. So I'm just going to say, Sam, if you're okay with that, I'll vote for it, and I'll even look Mr. Burt in the eye and say, hey, that's a fair compromise. Let's go.
So I think that was a question to you, Mayor.
Okay, yes, that was the friendly amendment I thought I was prepared to accept last time. I'm happy to accept it this time.
And again, just to confirm the language through the chair, the added words are, and the ratios applicable to each category, period.
Yes, if that's all right with the seconder.
So the maker of the substitute motion is okay with that. And I think it was Mayor Constantine, you were the seconder, I think.
That is correct. I'm okay with that if I could just have a clarifying question.
Absolutely.
Just to keep the ball in the air.
Okay, go ahead.
So if we keep the ratios the way they are, and I'm looking at attachment B, without any change to the ratios, you can't get to 25%. Am I correct?
No.
What's in the attachment is just a simple math.
Okay.
With just the ratios. Yes.
But again, those ratios are solid, correct?
Those are the ratios from taking the dollar amount that was assumed in the measure. Those are the ratios that we're talking about.
Okay, and I may be just so confused that I'm asking the wrong question. But if we are going to have the cap at 25%, and we apply Board Member Simitian's friendly amendment of keeping those ratios the same, we can't get to 25%. Am I wrong in that?
I think what the language says, we're just going to be consistent with what the language in the measure says.
Okay, stop right there. Don't say anything else.
I think that's what it is.
Okay, I'm fine with that as a seconder.
Okay, so I'm seeing no more discussion. I'm ready to support this substitute motion, and I think it's time to ask staff to do a vote.
All right, this is for the substitute motion. Just to be clear that I have it correctly, it's basically to approve the staff recommendation as you see on your screen with changes on slide number 5 to end that program category and add and all ratios applicable to each category and take out all the rest that were in green. And then the changes that were made on slide number 6 on bullets 1 and 2 on that page. Did I get that correctly?
I believe that is
Hear the
correct.
motion? All right, perfect. And with that, we will go ahead and do the roll call vote for the substitute motion, which was made by Ricardo, seconded by Constantine. Burt,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Ricardo,
Yes.
Montano,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
Perales,
Aye.
Simidian,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna just take kind of a quick poll. We've been going for about 3 hours now. We've got a couple more items and then our closed session. Do you guys want to just keep plowing through and we'll take a break when we go to closed session? Or do you guys want to do a break now? I don't need hands or anything. I'm not hearing anything, so.
Onward. I would say we continue and then we'll take the break in the closed session.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
agree.
I just wanted to check, but I'm asking people. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm moving on to agenda item 7.3, which is to review the transit-oriented development program business plan background. Ron Golem, Director of Real Estate and Transit-Oriented Development, is going to present his report, and he has the floor.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joining me this evening is also Jesse O'Malley-Solis, who is VTA's TOD Program Manager. So we're here to provide an informational item. This is about VTA's TOD program, and to explain, the TOD program, since the Board of Directors created the Joint Development Fund, has been receiving revenue for new real estate agreements. That Joint Development Fund supports the expenses associated with the TOD program, and that fund receives the revenues that comes from the new TOD work. What we hope to do today is a couple of things. One is to provide a progress report, really to discuss with you, since we reactivated the TOD program in 2016, what our progress has been. As you know, doing any kind of real estate development is a relatively long lead item, but we have progressed enough that we really have gained some experience that we want to share with you. And for the first time, what we also want to share with you is, based on the experience that we've gained and also the work that we've done with our expert consultants, looking at the opportunities, we now have what we think is a good sense of what the opportunity is in the long term for the build out of the program, and we want to share that tonight. And so this information item is intended to both provide that information, and hopefully that also informs the upcoming work on business lines planning that will be done as part of strategic plan implementation. So we'll talk about the program, we'll talk about some of our partnerships, we'll talk about that vision in 2040 for build out of the program, and then the immediate work in the next couple of years. If I go to the next slide. And I should note that in the agenda packet, we have a memo that provides a fuller discussion of the items I'm covering. It also has the full TOD policy that was adopted by the Board of Directors, as well as information sheets on all the sites. What the map shows here are the 24 or so sites that have been established as TOD opportunity sites by the Board of Directors, and also consistent per the board's policy that when we have sites for construction staging, once we're done with projects, that those sites, if they're suitable for TOD, are added to the list. The genesis for members who may be new to the board and for the public is that in Santa Clara County, most of these sites are really the light rail stations. When you look at our light rail stations, we have a supply of over 7,000 parking spaces. And on average across the system, we've never gotten much above about 25% on parking utilization. So we have a lot of underutilized parking. And in fact, over the last couple of decades, we've run the light rail system. We've proven that more parking does not attract more light rail riders. And so the basic principle has been that these underutilized parking areas provide the opportunity for doing TOD projects. In addition to those sites, it does include several other properties that VTA owns. It includes the headquarters at River Oaks. It includes some land adjacent to our Serona yard. And then of course, we are now starting to plan for BART Phase 2 and the land that will be available after that construction is complete. So when the board adopted the TOD policy, it established 3 primary goals for this activity. One is to use transit-oriented development to grow ridership. The second is to catalyze transit-oriented communities, and I'll talk about that more in a minute, The basic idea is to catalyze our projects, spur owners of private property around our stations to build additional TOD to generate the benefits of even more ridership growth. And then finally, with the TOD program, we are trying to generate long-term stable revenues that can be used for transit investments as well as transit operations. In addition to those 3 primary goals, and I'll talk about this more in a couple of minutes, we've also identified other important objectives, most notably our affordable housing policy. And the policy that is for affordable housing is that as build out for the residential units that we are creating, that 35% of them will be affordable units. And by affordable, we mean the households at 60% of area median income or less, with half of those affordable households at under 50% of AMI. So with that overview, I'd like to turn over to Jesse to walk you through some of the particulars of where we are, the work we've been doing.
To accomplish some of the significant program goals that Ron just mentioned, we've broken down, oh, sorry, next slide, please. To accomplish our significant program goals, we've broken down the process into consumable stages. This 5-stage process graphic is from VTA's TOD policy, which was approved by the board in 2019, as Ron mentioned. Our projects are complex, and an individual project can take anywhere between 5 and 7 years to move through all stages. Next slide, please. We have significant agency partnerships to help us accomplish our program goals. Partnerships with the County Office of Supportive Housing, or the funding source for Measure A, and the City of Mountain View will yield approximately 700 new affordable housing units. We coordinate with internal VTA divisions to maximize benefits to VTA by enhancing ridership experience without conflict. Next slide, please. Our program progress to date includes 5 current projects. The Tamian Station site, which has a total of 569 units, 135 of which will be affordable. The Blossom Hill Station site, 328 units at that location with 89 affordable housing units. At our Sarona Yard site, we anticipate over 1 million square feet of life science and advanced manufacturing. At Kirtner, we will have 118 senior assisted living units, 65 affordable housing units, and 200,000 square feet of medical office space. At the Evelyn Park and Ride lots, we anticipate up to 180 affordable housing units. These 5 TOD sites will yield approximately 500 units, 800 market rate units, 36,000 square feet of retail, 1 million square feet of commercial space, and approximately 400,000 square feet of advanced manufacturing. Next slide, please. This slide adds the county MOU sites, which include the Gilroy Transit Center, the Berryessa BART Station, the Capitol Light Rail Park and Ride Lot, and the Branham Station Park and Ride Lot. These sites will add an additional 500 affordable housing units with approximately 30,000 square feet of retail. This work helps us make major strides to our program affordable housing goals that Ron mentioned previously. Next slide, please. This slide presents the evidence of the unique opportunity that the BART Phase 2 TOD program presents. The Phase 2 TOD opportunity adds nearly 3 million square feet of build out, which we anticipate increasing our TOD portfolio capacity by over 30%, approximately 40%. The BART TOD portion of our portfolio is a key opportunity to significantly grow ridership and revenues for our agency. Next slide, please. We have utilized the expertise of third-party economic consultants to help us envision the future portfolio potential. And you can see that at full build out, we'll have over 2,500 affordable housing units, almost 5,000 new market rate units, 500,000 square feet of retail, 4 million square feet of commercial, 400,000 square feet of advanced manufacturing, and almost 1,000 hotel rooms. The full build out will total over 11 million square feet of transit-oriented development, and Ron will be presenting the next slide, please.
Thank you, Jesse. So By 2040, which is what we estimate the 20-year build out of the TOD program we completed, based on our work with our consultant team, our current projects, and also looking at products that are currently built in the market and the kinds of projects that are being proposed for the future BART stations as well as elsewhere around the BART system. And I'm going to share some figures here that are both ridership and revenue. With respect to ridership, we think that by the time we build out the TOD portfolio, as shown on the prior slide, we'll have 13,000 new daily bus riders, light rail riders, and BART riders in total because of TOD. On the revenue side, and these are figures in 2020 dollars, that number of riders, and this is per the model that we've created with our transportation consultants, will generate an additional $29 million a year in new annual fare box revenue for VTA. The ground leases that we sign with developers pursuant to public-private partnerships will generate $30 million a year in new annual ground lease revenue. And that revenue will grow over time because of the participation structures that we build in those agreements. And then finally, the Joint Development Fund, which will be covering the cost of getting to this point, but also collecting the revenues as they start coming in from agreements. We project that in 2040, if no money is taken out, the Joint Development Fund would have a balance of approximately $250 million. And again, these are 2020 numbers. And I will share that when you look at the ground lease revenue, we're basically at about 7.5% of our pre-pandemic operating cost for VTA Transit. So we see that as a very significant potential opportunity. Okay, the next slide, please. Now I'd like to talk about how we can even increase the benefits beyond the figures I just shared. And this is about really trying to look at not just TOD projects on our property, but look at transit-oriented communities. And I want to credit our prior general manager, Nuria Fernandez, for her support and advocacy for this concept of transit-oriented communities. So first, I should explain what do we mean by transit-oriented communities. When you look at our various sites, VTA may have, on average or in a typical situation, maybe we have 5 acres, maybe we have 10 acres. When you look at a more typical station area, the area that's say within a 10-minute walk around the station, that might be about 500 acres. And so you can see if we can create partnerships with cities to help private property owners around our stations do TOD, similar to how we're doing TOD in our projects, that is very much a greater multiplier effect that we can create for transit ridership. And I also want to say, though, that this idea of transit communities is not just about creating kind of more development around stations. It's really about creating places that are truly multimodal, that create complete street environments that support all modes of mobility, walking, biking, micromobility, in addition to getting around by car. And this transit-oriented communities opportunity is really about how we can really strengthen the connection between transit and land use in our county. I'll also observe, and I'll talk about this more in a minute, that we really see these transit-oriented community opportunities as a way of responding to our needs and our challenges in the future. Our challenge is to accommodate our future growth in a manner that is carbon neutral and actually addresses the pressing sustainable issues in a manner that helps address our challenges to achieve equitable development and inclusivity, and also in ways that help our economic recovery as we come back from the results of the pandemic. And this is not something that we're alone in considering. This is actually something that's happening all over the country and around the world. When we talk about this, we talk about world-class TOD often. This is really a global best practice in terms of how we try to connect land use and transit. If you look at organizations such as the C40 Climate Leadership Group, this is something that their work is focused around. If I could have the next slide. And to sort of evaluate or elaborate on that concept a bit more, we actually see transit stations at nodes that can anchor 15-minute cities. And what do we mean by 15-minute cities? 15-minute cities are the idea that from where you are, within a 15-minute walk or by accessing your bike or transit or micromobility, you can access all of the daily needs that you have, whether that's places to live, places to work, places to shop, that you're not dependent on a car necessarily on a day-to-day basis. This is an idea that started in Paris. It's happening all over the world. This graphic is from Melbourne, Australia's implementation. And if you saw the Mercury News the other day, Google was very clear about their Downtown West application is their vision of how they're trying to create a 15-minute city around the Diridon BART station. And so we're talking about this here because really in terms of transit-oriented communities and in terms of development of our system, what we really envision is a situation where ideally all of the different locations where we do the TOD and the development around the stations, by arranging that along the transit corridor, we really create a different pattern for accommodating growth that really does promote sustainable, healthy, prosperous, walkable, and equitable places for people to meet all their needs, for places to live, to work, to learn, to shop, and to play. If I could have the next slide. Now, I'd like to also talk about some of the upcoming challenges, which I know our members are very familiar with. And that has to do with Plan Bay Area 2050 and how we address the challenges and the needs to produce significantly more housing as well as other uses. Based on the current forecast, we're looking at 1.4 million new households in the Bay Area and 1.5 million new jobs between 2015 and 2050. 41% of that household growth is projected to occur in Santa Clara County. Now, the Plan Bay Area 2050 context is that 82% of all that Bay Area growth can occur next to transit. We think it's actually possible to exceed that number. And we think that this is actually an opportunity, as I was saying before, about how you connect different places through transit. The reason we have the image on the bottom of the slide, this is from suburban Vancouver, Surrey, British Columbia, if you're familiar, is Vancouver is very much a suburban, low-density area, similar to Santa Clara County in a number of ways. And what you see in the picture is how that area is actually developing these nodes of transit-oriented communities around transit extensions in a way that's focusing growth in those areas, but at the same time protecting the overall suburban character of that area. So we see this as really an opportunity both to address some of the RENA challenges that cities will be facing by putting more housing at VTA sites, but also to accommodate the region's growth through the next couple of decades. And the key point here is that if we do it in this fashion, we can accommodate our growth and have fewer impacts and lower housing and transportation costs than if we continue to do things in the way we have so far. If I have the next slide, please. So to wrap this up, we'd like to bring it back to some of our current work and what we're doing with the TOD program. Part of what we're doing right now, and what this slide shows, is that as we've been negotiating these agreements and bringing them to the board, we've been taking some of the initial rent prior to when the project's open, some of the upfront payments, and really trying to allocate them in several areas. One is we've been doing access studies for the stations where we're doing TOD to figure out how we can improve access for all existing riders and new residents, how we can make safety improvements. We've been thinking about how we can actually do what we call placekeeping. So not just making great places, but working with the existing community and building on the existing residents and the existing character to really keep these places and help them become more active. And then finally, we're also looking at how we can make certain strategic investments in terms of addressing some of the deferred maintenance at some of our transit stations. Next slide. So when we look at what the TOD program will do in 2040, in addition to the goals that I outlined, in addition to the revenue, there are also 4 other areas of work that we think are very important. We'd already mentioned about affordable housing. This is about how we address the desperate need for more affordable housing in our county. The second area of work for us is about creating equitable TOD. And by making equitable TOD, we recognize that the work we do has to enable the existing communities to remain and to thrive. We have to protect and enhance existing communities so that these projects are actually enhancing where they live, where they work, at the same time that the TOD creates places for new residents and new residents. And fundamentally, this has to be about an anti-displacement approach where we help the existing community and then we add this capacity. This work is also about workforce development. It's about how we can use our projects to help bring young people into the construction careers and actually address the pressing labor shortage in the construction industry, which is actually one of the current drivers of construction costs, which we know affects feasibility. And then finally, the other major areas around sustainability. It's about, as we move towards a carbon neutral and a carbon-free future, how our buildings that happen on our TOD sites advance net zero energy goals and actually promote resilient development. With that, I'd like to go to the next slide and let Jesse summarize the immediate work that we'll be doing with the TOD program.
Ron did a great job of summarizing our 2040 vision. With this slide, I want to highlight what you can anticipate hearing back from us in the next 2 years. You will see numerous groundbreakings. We anticipate a groundbreaking at Tamian, Blossom Hill, and we are also hoping for a groundbreaking at the Evelyn Park and Ride lot. We hope to come back to the board to seek approval for final terms and contract authority for both the Kirtner and Cerrone TOD projects. We'll be asking the board to allow us to move forward with RFPs, or requests for proposals, and on public-private partnerships on our 4 county MOU sites, as well as developer selection. And you'll see us further develop the BART Phase 2 opportunity, leveraging our assets into transit-oriented communities, as well as requesting permission from the board to authorize a request for calls and proposals for the near-term opportunities for the BART transit-oriented development sites. Next slide, please. This concludes the presentation we wanted to share with you tonight. This is an information item. However, we are seeking your feedback on our presentation and our implementation process, and we look forward to your comments and questions. Thank you.
So Ron and Jesse, thank you very much. Let's go to our public speakers first, and then I'll go to my colleagues.
Okay, it looks like we have 3 public speakers. Roland, followed by Eugene and Blair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of comments and a closing question through the chair. So first of all, I totally agree with staff that very few people drive to the light rail, and which begs the question, why do we have 1,225 parking spaces at the center to read the light rail when I've never seen more than 200 cars at that station? Now, moving on to, my clock is now running. Moving on to Tamian, it is totally unclear why the VTA decided to basically obliterate the Caltrain parking lot, which was at 200% of capacity, and nothing happened on the VTA parking lot, which is on the other side of Highway 87. My closing question through the chair is that I keep hearing about this Diridan BART station, and I would like Mr. Golem to help me understand which part of Diridan integrated station it is that he does not understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, please. And staff, if we can get the clock to operate.
Okay. Our next speaker is Eugene. You may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, board members. Just a couple of questions regarding that interesting presentation regarding the TOD project. When it mentions my first question is regards to projected ridership of 13,000 total between buses, light rail, and BART. I was wondering I just need clarification on how that figure was derived. Was this figure derived based upon figures calculated pre-COVID or during COVID? That would be my first question, how that figure came out to be. My second question that I had, and please fix the clock. Second question I had was regarding the definition of market rate. What is that definition of market rate? Is it going by city or county? Because too often than not, market rate means you need
30 seconds left.
$1,000 a year to basically be able to afford to live there. So it concerns me that people of lower income, especially if they're senior and disabled, will likely not be able to live in such houses.
Okay.
Thank you. And our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Blair, followed by Sid.
Chair, if I may, this is Elaine. We're having some technical issues with the timer right now, so I'm just going to use my phone to time.
Yeah, that's all right. I've got that going, and I'll let people know when there's 30 seconds and 10 seconds left.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for this item. To comment on Eugene's last words, it was spoken at San Jose City Government yesterday that there's a bit of a dilemma going on in how to work with housing around the transit area and exactly how to serve it. So these questions have become a little difficult at the state level when local municipalities ask the state level for help. Look into it more, ask about it. Thank you. Ask about it more. Mixed income ideas are simply incredible ideas that I hope can be explored. There's more than RENA in this life. There is BAFA funding and another part of MTC funding that can really help the process of extremely low and very low income that needs to be more talked about and openly expressed and described. Good luck in this work to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And to our next speaker.
Our final speaker is Sid. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thanks for that great presentation. I just wanted to say that I'm personally a really strong believer in the potential of TOD, and I really think it can help mitigate a lot of the issues that Santa Clara County is facing, such as low transit ridership and housing affordability. And so really great presentation, and I hope this TOD program is pursued strongly. And my only concern, I guess, would be I hope that the program can make sure that the
30
housing
seconds.
it delivers is affordable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that was our last public speaker, so I'll go back to my colleagues. Do they have any comments or thoughts they would like to share with staff? And I'm trying to get onto my right screen here. And Member Montano.
Thank you, Chair. Turn on my, okay, thank you. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm one of the new members. So I'm wondering why we're in the business of providing housing. I know housing is a demand in this valley, and perhaps that's probably why we're going that route. But I'm concerned with raising or paving over the parking lots, because one of the reasons, let me backtrack. You said the goals are ridership growth, accelerate transit-oriented communities, long-term stable revenue. So ridership growth, the reason why the parking lots are empty is because, as I mentioned before, the light rail system is too slow. People aren't going to ride it if it's going to take them an hour to get to their destination of their job. So I'm afraid if you pave these parking lots, and then in the future, if we have some type of incentives for people to take BART or some other new mode or something, we're not going to have the parking lots. They'll be gone. So we won't have, I know they're underutilized, but that's because, like I said, there's no incentive there for people to take, because it just takes too long. And I'm afraid that if you raise over these parking lots, you'll never get them back. Once you build housing, it's gone forever. So that's just one of my concerns, and I just wanted to throw that out there. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. If I could provide a little background as to kind of how we got to this point. So the board had previously adopted and created the TOD program really as part of VTA's congestion management agency role. And it was really about what are the things that VTA can do to spur transit ridership. And so you highlighted some of the issues with the system about speed, but we think it's also the case that part of the reason that transit doesn't have ridership is it doesn't necessarily help people get to the places that they want to go to. I will share that our work, and it's not just VTA, but this is also how BART has approached this TOD program, Metro in Los Angeles. What our work has shown, and this has been the experience of people that have done a lot more of this than we have to date, such as BART, is that when you look at a certain area occupied by development, that actually generates more transit ridership than the same area occupied by parking. So if our goals are to grow ridership, TOD is a more effective way of growing ridership than parking. Now, having said that, we also think that the current riders we have are very important and we want to hold on to them. And so that's why our approach has been, with a couple of exceptions, has been to look at our lots and say, well, if we've got a lot and we've got a current ridership, let's protect the parking those riders are using. But where the parking's not used, let's look at TOD, because ultimately we will have more ridership from TOD, developed at densities, with mix of housing and employment and other uses on that underutilized land than if we hold it in reserve for some future date when people might start driving to the stations more. And that is also why the board had previously adopted a hierarchy in terms of our priorities for how people get to stations. And our priorities, again, this reflects BART and what Metro does in Los Angeles, but we really prioritize how can we get people to walk to transit, ride their bike, take the bus or other transit mode, carpool, and then last drive to it. And the reason that we have that hierarchy is because, again, it's a way of growing ridership and minimizing the impacts associated with getting to transit. So I want to be clear that this is not to say that what we're doing is against parking. We're trying to support the level of usage that we have in terms of people riding to the stations. But there is a concept here that, and borne out by experience, is that when you do the development at the right densities in the ways that we're talking about, you actually get more ridership as a result than if we just kept the parking in place.
One more last question. Are we the only ones, the only transit agency that, transportation agency that is doing this? What other agencies are doing that?
BART has been doing this, and BART's been doing it for a couple of decades now, and so they're quite a bit further than we are. Metro in Los Angeles has a very active both transit-oriented development and transit-oriented communities program. RTD in Denver has been very proactive in terms of doing TOD. Sound Transit in the Seattle region has a very active program and has actually been, I think, leading the pack in terms of some of their affordability goals. WMATA in Washington, D.C. has a very active TOD program, has done, I think, to this point, a couple dozen projects. And WMATA in Atlanta has also been very active. So this is something that has been happening all over the country.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that once it's gone, it's gone. Because, you know, there's new technologies that come in. We don't know what new technologies will come in the future. So, but once we don't have that land, it's gone. So that's all. Thank you.
Next is Member Chavez.
Thanks. You know, to staff, the evolution of this program is pretty powerful. So congratulations on all the really good work. And the one thing that I'll just add, Carmen, in response to one of the points you raised, is that I think, especially given how little control we have as a transit agency on land use, that one of the ways we can really assure good land uses around transit hubs is to be part of that decision making. And then I do just want to reinforce that transit agencies need to think about lots of different ways to bring in revenue and to be part of a, you know, to have lots of different avenues for resources. You know, just to the staff kind of broadly, I'm wondering what do you consider of the most significant difference between your previous approach to TOD to this presentation today?
Well, when you say previous approach, to be honest with you, I think that myself and Jesse really kind of restarted the TOD program in 2016 with the Tamian project.
I mean like from a year ago, because the 15
from
minutes.
a year ago. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I know.
So I think, thank you. That's a great question. So some of you who are on the board before me recall in 2019, you know, the thing is we're talking about kind of what we think will happen over a long period of time. But the thing about markets for development is they fluctuate a lot in terms of feasibility and what works at different points of time. And about a year and a half ago, we looked at the situation, and this is not news. I know that many of the members in cities that talk to developers are aware of this. Even though we have extraordinarily high costs or, you know, rent costs, extraordinarily high numbers that you can generate from development, the cost of doing development has become so high that many market rate projects before the pandemic were struggling to become feasible. And so a year and a half ago, we realized that that was happening, and we were probably at a cycle where there needed to be some adjustments for the market rate development to pick up. And when I talk about it, not the projects that are already being constructed, but new projects. And so at that time, we came to the board and said, we think the opportunity is to shift to affordable housing. And that's because the nature of affordable housing is really, in addition to meeting a pressing need, it has a different set of funding sources that are not so dependent on market conditions and market feasibility. And so the board, I think we had support from the board at that time, and we went to proceed in that path. And that's led to some of the projects we're doing. Most notably, it led to our work with the County Office of Support Housing on County Measure A. And that's put us in position to really get a lot of affordable housing in the pipeline, as Jesse talked about. So I think if I understand your question, you know, most recently what we've been doing is focusing a lot on affordable housing. Now, at the same time, we also try to realize other opportunities that come up. So the Serenity Project is driven by the fact that even though the real estate market in general is off of the pandemic, life sciences and R&D and advanced manufacturing are still incredibly strong, driven by the strength of the bioscience sector. And we think there's a real opportunity at Serenity. And so that's just an example of why we pursued that project.
Yeah, I think I was asking a slightly different question. I think on affordable housing, you know, I frankly, I think that was a little bit more of a push and a pull and I think that's fine, because I think part of the push and pull is you're responding to the market. And in fact, I think the board was very enthusiastic about affordable housing. I think most of the board. And so I appreciate that you're responding to the market. And maybe I'll just end with this thought, which is I was really thinking about the rubric of the 15-minute city from a, you know, from an adoption perspective. I like it. I think it's the right way to be thinking. I also think that, you know, that we've got to be looking at housing and jobs both. And so anyway, so this was helpful. Thanks. And congratulations. You guys have done a lot of really great work.
Member Liccardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question, Ron, as you're thinking about, what drives ridership. And we often hear that destinations and employment tend to drive ridership more than housing. If we were just to look at the aggregate numbers in table 2, it's 3.9 million square feet of office, more than 400,000 retail, and 7,000 units of residential. I'm just wondering, is that the right? Can you tell us how you kind of came up with that mix?
Sure. That's a great question. So, what we're always doing is we're first of all starting with the existing plans in the different cities. I mean, we have to start with what have the cities said in their general plans they want to accomplish. Now, beyond that, then we also look at where the market is at. And then, and this is where we kind of look at what cities are doing, and this is where we work with our consultants, where we think about kind of, for example, how things might evolve. And so this program you see here is kind of a reflection of, on a site-specific basis, for each of the stations, we looked at what does the city's general plan say for that area? What is the market opportunity? Where do we think this is headed? And we created a program. To your other point, it is absolutely the case that employment creates more riders than, say, residential. At the same time, that is not to say that every square foot we build in every place can be employment. And so when you look at the different submarkets our sites are in, some sites are obviously very employment heavy and dense. And I'll say, just to say the obvious example, when you look at the downtown San Jose Bar Station, and you look at kind of all the land we own around that station, that obviously wants to be a major employment center. Some of the areas that are further out, kind of on the further down the light rail line, those are not employment areas now, and they're unlikely to become employment centers, but they are opportunities for mixed use in terms of residential and retail. So it's really kind of a triangulation of kind of all those considerations is how we get to the program. And the final thing is that we always try to think about this on a site-specific basis, because what we want to do is maximize ridership as much as we can. We're doing this through public-private partnerships, so it has to be based on some market considerations. But we also want to make sure that we're creating places that are active throughout the day and evening. So one of the things you don't want to ever do is create a place where at 5 o'clock everybody goes home and the place empties out, and then it's kind of dead after that.
Yeah, agreed. And I appreciate there's a balance here, and particularly given our need for affordable housing, certainly appreciate the need to get affordable housing located as close to transit as possible. I guess I'll just throw out an example, and really my question is really about flexibility that we have. By approving this policy, for example, I see there's reference to the 500 units that you're entitled for on the Diridon block. But you may go out to the market and find out that housing developers think people don't really want to live across the street from an arena where 18,000 screaming fans are coming out every other night after they just saw a Shakira concert. So that may end up, being much more desirable for an office site. And I'm just wondering, by approving this, are we locking ourselves in any way in terms of the VTA's direction, or are you guys just going to be kind of flexible based on where you see the market opportunities?
No, this does not lock us into a program. So what we're sharing is our assessment of what we think is doable and makes sense at this point in time. But you're absolutely right. It's going to continue to evolve. We're going to continue to evolve. And this is a really important point, because I think one of the mistakes other agencies have made is to think you can plan it, lock it in place, and you're done. No, this is inherently an activity that needs to respond to needs, to market these considerations. So it's going to continue to evolve. So this is a snapshot based on what we know today and what we see and what we've analyzed as to what we think is possible. But I can assure you it will continue to evolve, and it has to evolve if we're going to get the best possible outcome.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks.
Member Burt.
Yeah, well, thanks, Ron, for a really excellent both presentation and vision. I was real pleased that you've really embraced the transit-oriented community concept and from C40 and others. I'd really like to encourage that we move full scale there and adopt that as both the nomenclature that reflects the vision. And I see, we still are using transit-oriented development, and we want to switch the thinking to what you're advocating. But within that, there are a couple elements to the proposal that I wanted to get more clarity on. So one is this dilemma we face between, revenue per square foot is maybe twice as high on the office and R&D commercial as it is for market rate housing. Yet within Plan Bay Area that you cited, we've got a regional goal of 1.4 million housing households or housing units and 1.5 million jobs. And at the generally accepted ratio of about 1.6 or 1.7 jobs per household, that means that we need to have a ratio, if we're going to have real balance in our development, that we're not creating or exacerbating our housing deficit, we have to have that ratio be better. And the numbers that you had up there for commercial square footage versus households did not seem to have that balance. And so first, let me ask, is that something that you're conscious of? Is that something that's part of the plan, which is to create as much housing as we are additional jobs?
Yeah, no, you're asking a great question. And so I think the first thing I'll observe is that I think the 1.6 figure that you cite is kind of a traditional figure. I think that figure has actually been trending downwards, and it's trending downwards because households are getting smaller. Nowadays your number is probably more like in the 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 range. But I think the other point I would say is that I absolutely agree with what you're saying, and I think it's a great example of how ultimately, to make this concept work, VTA has to partner with the cities where we have our stations, because again, we only have so much land. And so if you think about how a station area overall is balanced, most of that land is privately owned and it's really controlled by the cities. And so from our perspective, this is an exercise in thinking about what's possible on our sites, but I think the companion thought would be, how can we partner with the cities around those stations to get to exactly the kind of balanced development that you're suggesting?
Well, you just answered my next question, so I'll go on to the one after that. Thank you, because that partnering with the cities on the zoning is critical. So then, when you're alluding to a declining jobs per household ratio, I'd be very interested in, as a follow-up, seeing the statistical basis for that, and to what degree is that being driven by us creating smaller and smaller units that are studios and one bedrooms, and we're not being able to create, or we're not creating a balance between those units and ones for families that are multiple bedrooms, even if they're higher density developments. And so are we attempting to strike a demographic balance of household types in the projects in this whole vision as well? And I'll couple that with the last question, which is on the affordable housing. I think that's really great that we have such a sizable element on affordable housing. We've seen in this region that the middle income or workforce housing, the market is not really able to provide that, and we're getting a bifurcation of subsidized low income housing and market rate upper income housing. So what about that middle section, which is increasingly needing to have either a land subsidy, a zoning subsidy, or a financial support subsidy to create it?
You've touched on a couple of really great points. And I think the first thing I would say is, to be very honest, what we're showing and what we're doing is within the framework of the policy we have, the funding sources that are out there and available, and kind of what is possible, because we're here to kind of try to advance things. Is that ideal? Is that perfect? Absolutely not. And I think that the missing middle, that middle income housing piece between the existing categories of affordable housing and market rate is essential, because that's a category where the funding sources are not there, and you're seeing the result that you talk about. So it's not within our ability, within our TOD program, to necessarily solve that. We have some projects we hope to bring to the board in the next year or so that might try to kind of be models of that. But I think what we can do as an agency is we can join with others and advocate for other solutions that do that. And once that happens, we can broaden that. I think to your other point about housing, again, when we do projects at a point in time, we have to respond to the market. We are pushing for affordable housing. I think to the board's credit, it's previously pushed us, particularly affordable housing, particularly for sites in good school districts. How can we have more family housing in these units as opposed to more one-bedroom units? And then finally, on the demographic question, I wasn't so much trying to say cause and effect. I was just reflecting demographic trends in the sense of there are fewer family households. There are fewer kids in households. There are fewer adults, more single person households. And so when you just follow that demographic trend that's already happening, that's what's driving down the ratio.
Thank you.
Member Constantine.
Thank you, Chair. A great presentation, and I really applaud the thought behind having more transit oriented housing, and of course building affordable housing. We here in Morgan Hill, we increased the density around our downtown so that we could have more housing near our transportation options. However, we do have a dearth of transportation options. So I would just ask that when we look at putting forward these housing options, that staff also looks at the transportation options that need to be addressed, as well as adding homes. Because if you were going to put that project here in Morgan Hill, you would just add more cars to an already packed 101. You wouldn't have people. You wouldn't have more people riding the transit system because, as Member Montano said, it's not convenient. So I would just ask that when we look at housing element, that we also look at what are some of the impediments to people using transportation in those areas, so that we are not exacerbating the issue of adding more vehicles to the freeway. That's my only comment. Thank you, Chair.
That's an excellent comment, and it's almost the reverse. A lot of times we trying to align land use with transit, but your point, which is correct, is that you also got to bring the transit to get that balance to work properly. So I think that's an excellent point.
Member Paul.
Thanks. My comment centers around slide number 9 on the presentation. It's the complete build out of all the various different types of construction. And you know, when I'm looking at it, and I really appreciate the comments by member Burt with regard to finding that balance, because of course we need the housing, more affordable housing, the better. But if, for instance, in the commercial space, we have 3.9 million square feet, one of the things that we have to keep an eye on is not just the ratio of jobs to housing needed, but also the ratio of square foot of commercial to jobs. So before this, it was kind of going from 250 square feet or so per worker to something a little bit less. We don't really know what we're going to be looking like post-COVID. So is it actually going to be more? Is it going to be less? If it does trend less, then we're talking, of course, more than 15,600 employees created by the commercial space, or at least that the commercial space can accommodate. And we're looking at something on the order of 7,000 or so units of housing. Now, if that number cuts in half with regard to the number of employees we're looking at, then what that means is that perhaps the commercial ratio would double, right? It would be more like 500 square feet. But of course, you know, the prior trend to COVID told us that that really wasn't the way it was going. I think we need to keep an eye on that just to, you know, get a sense of the scope of the impact. I do have a question with regard to advanced manufacturing. I can't find the data. So it says, you know, roughly 380,000 square feet of advanced manufacturing. I just don't know what the understood ratio is of that type of that type of usage to the number of employees that can be accommodated. And you know, I know hotel rooms are readily available, and retail is generally understood at around 500 square feet per worker.
Yeah.
So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that looks like everybody. I'll just go ahead and throw a couple things out here. I think this is absolutely the right direction to go. And why do I say that? In particular, this piece where you're talking about the slide where it's the stations are anchoring the 15-minute cities and trying to grow around those. If I can just, and everybody will indulge me. So the city of Sunnyvale is in the process of redoing the general plan for the Moffett Park area. which Moffett Park is everything north of 237. And we're taking a look at what's going to happen for additional office growth, but we're also taking a look at being able to put housing out there and what it needs to be able to go ahead. And we're actually using anchoring around the 2 light rail stations in the Moffett Park area. And we're using 20-minute cities to be able to try and do that for building not 24-hour usable space, but more the 18-hour kind of thing that you were talking about, Ron. So I think that these principles and the strategy of what you're trying to do, some of these slides and the displays that were used in a presentation I saw on Tuesday. I think this makes sense. It makes sense for VTA to do it where we can, maintaining the flexibility that Sam was talking about in terms of we don't want to be too rigid. We have to be able to be flexible. But we're doing the same thing in Sunnyvale on what is laying out the plan for how all this is and really trying to use the anchor of the 2 light rail stations that are in the Moffett Park area. So I think these concepts are going to continue to grow and be used and implemented. And I think we should continue to do that. We're struggling with the same questions you guys are all asking about how much of this, how much of that. And we're coming close in the next couple of months. We're going to be defining those for the Moffett Park area so we can get our EIR started of what goes on. But again, to me, these are principles that can be used not only by a transit agency, but also by our own jurisdictions as we start to take a look at general plan amendments or things that happen in our individual jurisdictions. So I think this is great. Are there any other thoughts or questions from my colleagues? Ron, did you get what you wanted from us?
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, that was information items. So we're going to go ahead and move on, and we're going to item 8, other items. 8.1 is the general manager's report. I would like to remind the public that when we take public comments for all the items under the GM report at the conclusion of her report. So Evelyn, we're going to give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair Hendricks. Can we get the next slide? Thank you. So starting today, VTA resumed the front door boarding and fare collection after pausing this operation on February 8th to provide added protections for our operators and customers. I'm just going to give you some statistics here. In January, we had 59 positive COVID-19 cases. And in February, basically in the last 30 days, we had 5 cases. So it's great news for us. With the number of the COVID-19 cases declining and vaccinations increasing, along with continued safeguards already in place, front door boarding on buses and fare collection can safely resume. Continued safeguards include limited capacity, social distancing, and of course, mask wearing. Permanent operator partitions are being installed right now on VTA buses to replace the temporary barriers. VTA will still offer free rides to people who are traveling to and from vaccination appointments. We are asking customers to show their appointment slip or vaccination card when they board. Each week, we update a map for transit riders to easily navigate the best way to take transit to the county-run COVID vaccination sites of their choice. We continue to promote this information through social media and our website, vta.org. Please spread the word. You can find the map on the VTA website, and I think the URL is on this slide. Next slide. So I mentioned a moment ago that we are continuing our efforts to ensure our bus operators are safe as they go about on their job. Prototype bus driver barriers for the 40-foot and 29-foot vehicles were approved by VTA a couple of weeks ago, and manufacturing began on March 19th. Delivery is scheduled to start on May 14th, and full installation is scheduled to be completed by the end of September. Great news, on March 19th, transit workers became eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine following strong advocacy across the state, including from VTA and its 4 labor unions. I would also like to especially thank Board Member Chavez and the leadership and staff at the County of Santa Clara for their instrumental role in the vaccination efforts. Santa Clara County public health officials arranged for vaccination appointments for transit workers, with several hundred completed the first week of eligibility. So thank you very much. VTA employees have been working the county's vaccination clinic at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. To date, over 800 VTA employees and close to 100 paratransit drivers have been vaccinated. VTA employees have also dedicated their time to volunteer at the county's clinic, with over 80 shifts filled to date. This good work will continue until all VTA employees have received their second vaccination dose. So there have been numerous reports of hate-filled attacks on Asian Americans happening not only here in the Bay Area, but around the nation. At VTA, we could not stay silent in the midst of this hate. So we've pushed out public and internal messaging condemning these incidents and standing in solidarity with those working to stop the rising tide of violence against Asian Americans. We participated in National Day of Action and Healing on Friday, March 26th, posting messages via social media in support and solidarity. We are planning further discussions about this issue as we observe Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month in May. VTA's Office of Business Diversity Programs is putting out a quarterly newsletter this week. It's full of great information about the good work our team is doing to draw minority-owned, women-owned, LGBT-owned, and veteran-owned businesses into VTA projects. I would ask that the board members share this widely. As you know, our Office of Business Diversity can assist in getting small and minority-owned businesses certified to bid on the many projects we have here at VTA. We are also in the process of producing our annual report for 2020, and we expect to deliver copies of that to you electronically and in hard copy in the next week or so. Next slide, thank you. Finally, and before I turn my time over to Jay Tyree for an update on ridership trends, I want to announce that our newly opened Berryessa Transit Center has received the Envision Platinum Award. The Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure bestows the Envision Platinum Award to recognize a commitment to improving environmental resiliency, long-term sustainability, and increasing mobility for local residents. Congratulations to our BART team and our sustainability team for their good work. Okay, so agenda item 8.1A is a report on our transit ridership trends. I've asked Jay Tyree, our transportation planning manager, to provide this report.
Thank you, Evelyn. This is a few slides to give you an update on what's going on in both of these trends in ridership and pass-ups. So first, for context here, you all know that the county health orders limit VTA's capacity to carry riders on board our vehicles. And that actually means a reduction in capacity by 80 to 90%, depending on the family units that board. So the result here is that operators unfortunately have to pass up riders when their vehicle is just at 10 to 20% of capacity, of normal capacity. And that has been in place since April 10th. So take that context is really important to look at the ridership trends that I'll show you here. Next slide, please. So this is probably the best picture of ridership since slightly before the pandemic and then throughout the pandemic. This is daily boardings for every single day since just before the pandemic started and running through about the middle of March. So you can see here that ridership pretty much, it fell off a cliff, almost immediately dropped down, and we carried in the 7-day average about 22,000 riders per day pretty early on in the pandemic, and stayed pretty consistently low throughout the pandemic. But I'll observe here, an important observation is ridership is definitely coming up. Since late January, we've seen a market increase in ridership demand. And now that 22,000 number is now more like 39,000 on an average day. And that includes our weekend days, which are lower as well. So that's 16,000 more people per day that we're carrying on our system than during kind of the beginning parts of the pandemic. Now the final thing to note here is we put the number of pass ups in red. It's a little hard to see, but that's kind of shows you the relative number of pass ups in relation to the ridership that we carry. So I'll actually zoom in on those ridership numbers on my next slide, please. So this one shows all the pass ups that happened since we started recording. Our operations division programmed a function on the operator's computer device on board the vehicle where they can touch a button to correspond to the number of people if they had to pass people up. And so that's where this data is coming from. It's every day when operators push button that tells us, and so we just sum up the number of riders that we have to pass up, unfortunately. So obviously this is concerning, and clearly there is a market increase since late January, like I said or noted earlier in the ridership slide. As ridership started to come up, clearly now pass ups are also increasing. We did increase service on February 8th and reallocated a bunch of resources to the routes with the highest number of pass ups. That's the gray dotted line towards the right hand side of the screen there. Which is great, but you can see that the trend had already started long before that, back in late January. So that kind of tells us that all evidence indicates that if we hadn't done that, these pass ups would be even worse. And I didn't mention, we just got data for last week as well, and ridership continues to go up. And ridership actually last week was our best week since the pandemic started. So the trend is clearly continuing in ridership demand coming up. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is from our partners in the BART project. This is boardings and alightings or ridership at the BART stations in Milpitas and Berryessa. And that you can see as well is also coming up since actually, later part of March or of January as well. In fact, it's up 38% or so, very similar to the amount that's up on a VTA side. Next slide shows our service levels. Since the pandemic started, we, as you know, dropped down pretty immediately down to 31% of normal service, and we've been gradually increasing service since then. We are now at 80% that, like I said, that started on February 8th. So we're running 80% of our normal service. So my final slide is the actions that we are doing to respond to the changing conditions. That 80% that I just mentioned, that is using every available operator for service, including using overtime. So what that means is we are maxed out. This is as much service as we can possibly offer. So we're putting as much as we can in order to serve our riders. But that pass-up issue is just not going to go away until it's safe to resume, more normal capacity on board the vehicles, and that county health order goes away. We're also, the second bullet here, we're running more service on particular routes that have higher numbers of pass-ups, including actually many routes that are operating at their pre-pandemic level of service. So they're operating, the 15-minute service that they used to operate. And even two routes that are operating at more service than pre-pandemic. So they're operating at 10-minute service rather than 15. The third bullet here, we've restarted our hiring and training processes. This actually should be operator hiring and training processes earlier this year, so we can get pipelines going. We have, I think it's like a half a dozen classes scheduled throughout 2021. We're hiring as much as we can to get service back out onto the street for our riders. We're also maximizing the training class sizes that we can safely train during the pandemic, because we're also limited on how many folks we can put in a room and do testing and do training, and how many folks are training with line instructors and such. So we have new plans to maximize and expand the numbers so we have more operators coming online. And then finally, our staff is preparing a service recovery roadmap that outlines our return to pre-pandemic service that we'll be bringing to the committees in May, next month's May committees, and the June board for an action in June. And that completes my report. Thank you, Evelyn.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay, thank you, Jay. And again, congratulations on your award. I wanted to check with any of my colleagues if you had any questions for Jay. We'll do public comments at the end of the general manager's report. And I've got to switch. Hold on just a second here. Member Montano.
Thank you. That was a great presentation, Mr. Tyree. I just had just curious, do you guys keep track of the age of the riders? For example, are they seniors, middle age, youth?
We do on about every 5 years or so, we do onboard survey. The last time we did a survey was 2017, and we got, I think, 10,000 something responses from our writers, which gives us a pretty good demographic profile of our writers. But you know, we've had a major service change. We have the new transit service plan as our new foundation, so a lot of the routes are different. So we do hope to do one in the next couple of years once things are a little bit back to normal.
Okay, great. And then a lot of schools are closed right now. They're not, you know, because of COVID. So when students start, I think the colleges are still closed, right? So when, so are there going to be any changes in the ridership when, what are your plans when you get that surge of students coming in?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have staff that actually have a staff member that his full-time job is to coordinate with all of the schools and all the school offices around the county on providing what we call supplementary school service. And so what that is we add in trips where necessary to meet demand. You know, so we add in, for example, 17 trips every day to Fremont to serve Fremont High School. And that happens all over the county. Milpitas High is a great example. We add in trips to serve the Milpitas High. And so we're in touch with the offices, and it's been a challenge, you know, plans. I think everybody's kind of making plans up, and they seem to change almost weekly now. But as soon as the schools come back, we have trips ready to go that we can insert into our service and redeploy operators to serve the students. But I will say, you know, we cannot serve pre-pandemic levels of ridership on schools at, you know, 6-9 people a pop on board with so as long as those capacity restrictions are in place, our ability to serve schools is really going to be limited.
Yeah, I can imagine what the parents are going to do. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Jay. Evelyn, I think we're at 8.1.b.
Yes, so 8.1.B, it's getting late. The government affairs update, it's a written report and it's provided in the board packet and the online agenda packet. Before I conclude, I want to note that the security statistics and the preliminary ridership information is in the online packet.
Okay, great, thank you. So now we're going to take public comment on items 8.1, 8.1A, and 8.1B. So Talia, do you have our speakers?
Yes, I do, Chair. It looks like we have 5. First speaker will be Roland, followed by Jody and Eugene. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me help you out with what's missing from the presentation first. First of all, the slide that you asked Caltrain last week, the slide showing the surplus CARES Act funding is missing. So let me help you out. We just got another $40 million, which means at the end of June, we will have $135 million sitting on the table. What could we possibly do with this? Well, when the driver pushes the button saying, I just missed X number of people, instead of counting them, you may actually like to immediately dispatch either Uber or Lyft and pick up those people. I did some calculations. You're passing about 40,000 people a month. If the average Uber and Lyft trip was $50, that would be $2 million a month. You know what? That's 1/3 of the cost of your BART consultants. Now, moving on to BART, where's the slide showing the projections? In April, you were supposed to have 19,688 passengers, not 800. And the operating subsidy is $300 per passenger. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Jyoti. I'm a member of the People's Transit Alliance. Service can be increased without decreasing safety. The CARES Act funding was intended to support agencies as they adapted to the safety requirements of COVID. 6 feet of social distancing is still required in public spaces, and VTA should not prioritize saving these stimulus funds over people's lives. I think this is where this presentation is going to reduce the social distancing. At LA Metro, they're committing to using ARP funds to restore service to pre-pandemic levels by this September. VTA could pressure MTC to release these funds for service instead of allowing these funds to remain in holdings or go to capital projects. Using the ARP funds to get service back to pre-pandemic levels will create new solutions while creating new solutions such as new rapid bus lines and new service routes in areas traditionally underserved is the best strategy for getting people to take public transit again. Transit was already in a dry state before COVID. We could do so much more and use those funds for.
Next speaker is Eugene, followed by email address that starts with NCSW, followed by John. Eugene, you may begin speaking when ready.
Evening once again, board members. Just to echo the comments from the prior two speakers. Also, just one other concern that needs to be brought up is just security aboard buses, light rail, and at various transit centers. The recent bus jacking in Santa Clara really suggests the need to consider the security stance of what's going on with the system. I don't know if Ms. Angelique Gaeta can comment on this, but several questions I would ask, given these incidents, as well as the incidents as Asians, what is the basic security posture? Are plainclothes security people, or even people from the sheriff's office, riding the buses, light rail, or patrolling the stations? Having such security would go a long way towards making sure that everybody is safe, and would do far more than just random grandstanding PR saying you stand with a community that's in peril. Please get your security together. Thank you.
Next speaker is email address beginning with NCSW. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hello, my name is Nathan, and I'm here with the People's Transit Alliance and East Bay DSA here in solidarity with workers and riders of VTA. I'm speaking to urge the VTA board to protect the health of workers and riders by prioritizing complete restoration of service to pre-pandemic levels as soon as possible. This means running more buses, not continuing to overcrowd the limited number of buses that are currently running. While there are less people on the buses, overcrowding means something fundamentally different in the time of a global pandemic. Structuring a transit system that is not actively making it possible for riders and operators to stay 6 feet apart would speak volumes to VTA's willingness to effectively erase the possibility to social distance at all. Staying no less than 6 feet apart has been shown to be effective in reducing the spread of the deadly virus that has drastically impacted the lives of so many. VTA management understands that the current extreme level of rider passives is a problem. I could not agree more. Workers and riders should not be the ones to suffer the consequences of the staff's inability to rapidly prioritize running more buses. Putting more people out on fewer number of buses that are out there today will do just that. Operators should operate the bus, riders should ride the bus, and VTA should safely provide the service that it is responsible to provide. It would be unacceptable for VTA to consider hurting drivers and riders. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 more speakers. John, followed by Monica, Anne, and Jerry. John, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, VTA board. My name is John Courtney. I'm president and business agent for ATU, Local 265. I just want to say a few things. I'm really sorry that the county health order is an inconvenience. You use words like it's not going away. Of course it's not going away. It's saving lives. I'm sorry that it's an inconvenience. Our riders and our operators are not just numbers. They're people, human beings. This was a fight for our lives. We had 2 deaths in our membership. And, you know, to just put it numbers in an inconvenience. Please keep the social distancing at 6 feet. We'll figure out the pass ups. Put some money towards operations and service, not your pet capital projects. We just spent almost 4.5 hours talking about everything except public transit. And this is still VTA, public transit company. So with all that, I want to say thank you to those who have helped. And I feel sorry for those who don't get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, this is Monica Mallon with Turnout for Transit. I really appreciate all the information that you provided here about riderships and pass-ups. And if you look at the data from March, there's around 1,000 per day. That number is only going to be increasing, when schools and businesses reopen. Really don't think that anyone should be late for work or miss a medical appointment because of transit service, especially since there is over $130 million from the first 2 stimulus bills available to restore service and prevent pass-ups without reducing social distancing. So I really hope that you'll consider this as you are looking at transit planning and the budgets. We really need to prioritize health and safety and restore service in a way that's safe and doesn't put us at risk. It's a lot better to be safe than sorry here, especially considering that VTA operators and VTA employees have died from COVID, possibly at work. So really hope you'll put safety first and restore service.
Thank you. Anne, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening.
We can't hear you, Ann, yet.
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I'm Ann of 265, ATU 265. And I find it irresponsible that VTA is consistently putting safety on the back burner. We have at every turn fought for safety of our members and of the public, starting with rear door boarding, PPEs provided by our union when VTA failed to provide them, fighting for the vaccinations, fighting for the 6-foot distancing, safety shields. I can go on. And I know this because I'm a safety steward. I lost my place here. VTA needs to petition the MTC to release the second allotment of the funds, the CARES Act funds. And the monies that have already been received need to be focused on health, safety.
Our last speaker is Jerry. You may begin speaking when ready.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, hi. Good evening, VTA board. Sorry about that. This is Jerry Bromley, ATU Local 265. I really appreciate all the information you've provided us, but I just wanted to reiterate what my colleagues have been saying. Service has been cut to the bone. It's time to reinvest in operation and rides. Right now, over 1,000 riders are getting left behind some days. VTA needs to increase service, not reduce social distancing. Will the board prioritize the health and safety of the riders and the drivers while more transmissional variants circulate? Will it require that ventilation be upgraded now? Ventilation was planned to be upgraded months ago, but has never happened. We must make more people feel safe to come back and ride again. Spend the money you have received. Use the CARES Act money to increase hours of service. Right now, pay OT if needed to get service on the streets and stop passing people up. I am urging the VTA Board of Directors to focus on operations and shelve capital projects.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, so that was the last of our public speakers. I'll close the public speaker section and come back to my colleagues to see if they have any final questions for the general manager. And I've got to change my screen here.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so it was mentioned that some riders were bypassed. Is that true? And then how many have been bypassed?
Well, I think that was in Jay's report, and he had some of his slides discussed and showed how that was and what we.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Describing, what we're doing to try and do this.
Yeah. Well, I guess my question is, are we going to be doing anything about it, or is that for a future discussion?
Jay, do you have any additional comments you wish to make about it?
Well, no, beyond, so like I said, we're putting out as much service as we can. So we're using every available operator plus overtime. And we've restarted our hiring pipeline. So we're hiring operators to get back to more service and put out more service as possible. So that's our goal, is to put out as much service as we possibly can.
And Jay, just to clarify, when we talk about service, are you referring to service hours of, operations of the bus, as opposed to, it pre-COVID, if we served 100,000 residents with just 10,000 service hours of buses and light rail? We're trying to get to the 10,000 service hours, whether or not because of the restrictions we can do the number of riders, that's what becomes variable.
Yeah, sorry if it's a little confusing. When we talk about service, we mean how many buses do we have out there going back and forth providing service to our riders? So, on a pre-pandemic normal day, it'd be 365 buses out in the system. Now, right now, maybe that's, 310 or so. So the idea is we want to bump that up as much as possible, because every time we bump it up, then the bus comes a little more often. And so you pick up more people and your capacity goes up, right? Right now, we have a lot of routes that one bus will pass people up because it's full. The next bus will pass people up because it's full. And so getting more buses out there is more frequent service, and therefore we can carry more riders. That's what I mean by service levels.
Did you have any more questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Member Constantine.
Thank you, Chair. Could somebody from staff address some of the comments that were made in the public comments by our operators?
This is Evelyn. There is currently no, we're not doing anything to go down to 3 feet. So, I mean, there's still the social distancing requirements of the county is still in place. What we were trying to provide information to the board is, given the limitations that we have on capacity, what we are doing to try to alleviate the pass-ups, right? So we are at capacity with the operators. We're already running 10-minute interval service on some of the major lines. So what we're trying to do is trying to get more operators through the pipeline, get them trained and get them on buses to provide additional service. That was the objective of this particular report.
So we're not looking at increasing capacity on the buses currently right now, but we're looking at getting more operators online so that we can reduce the pass-ups.
Yes, we will increase the capacity when the order goes away and when it's safe to do so.
Understand. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. So I think that was everybody's comments there. So I'm going to conclude 8.1. We're now going on to 8.2, the chair's report. And the first thing I want to talk about is section 218. And I hope everybody noticed that we had something on the consent calendar to approve and do our part of what needed to happen. It was by having it there, it made it a little bit anticlimactic of what's happening. So this is why I wanted to talk a little bit about 218. And actually, it's a really good thing that it was anticlimactic. So I'm very pleased to report that our employees overwhelmingly approved the 218 section agreement. The votes have been counted, and the ATU pension group had 1,286 yes votes, 16 no votes with about 90% turnout. And for the CalPERS pension group, they had 588 yes votes and 9 no votes with 98% turnout. And I want to go ahead and just comment about the no votes. Those might not have been no's. If you miss, putting your X correctly on the ballot, that was counted as a no, even though you might have been trying to do the yes box. So the results have exceeded the simple majorities needed to pass this important initiative. The employees did their part, and we did our part earlier today to move the 218 agreement forward. It literally took a village to get these outstanding results. We really proved that if we work together, we can achieve anything. First, I want to acknowledge the leadership of our bargaining unions, ATU, AFSCME, SEIU, and TAEA. I was really impressed with the commitment and the time they dedicated to educate and encourage the employees to vote. I mean, they literally have been doing this for months. So Sandra Weymouth, the project manager we trained for this project, really did an excellent job of guiding us through all the steps we need. Evelyn and Carlos, thank you for your leadership and for keeping the board informed and all the legal work that had to be done along the way. And I want to thank you to the many talented VTA staff members from different departments who contributed to make this project a success. I also want to thank my colleagues on the board for your support in being able to try and get this done for our employees. And finally, I want to express my appreciation to my colleagues on the subcommittee, Cindy and Howard, for their guidance throughout this whole election process. With the successful elections behind us, we're now ready to go into the 12 to 18-month administrative process with the Social Security Administration, where they just need to review all the documentation to get the final Section 218 agreement in place. And so that's what I mean. The employees voted. The board, you did your part to vote earlier today on the consent, and now it goes off to the Social Security Administration and they need to do their work. So there's one final step there, and when they come back, we'll make sure we come and report to the board and the employees that all the final steps are done. The next item is item 8.2A, an update on the ongoing board governance enhancement process that has been underway for more than 2 years. This process was requested by the board to critically examine all aspects of our current governance process and practices to identify potential enhancements. I asked staff to provide both an overview and status update on this very important effort, which should prove informative for all our board members, especially the newer ones. I believe this information is also very important for critically evaluating Assembly Bill 1091 by Assembly Member Mark Berman on changing the composition of this board. So with that, I'm now going to ask Jim Lawson, our Chief External Affairs Officer, to provide an overview and update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the chair has pointed out, the purpose of this is to bring you up to date on, and in some cases remind you of some of the work that's gone on in terms of governance related to the VTA and the board of directors. So as background, the VTA board has been concerned about the governance issue for quite some time, established a methodology for doing a self-assessment on a fairly regular basis, done in confidence through the governance committee. If you'll note the 3 points at the bottom of this slide, these were the basic problems that these analyses found. There's a wide difference in the level of engagement among board members. Some members are appointed without necessary knowledge of land use, transportation, or VTA itself, and some members are appointed without knowing the expectations and the commitments of the position. Next slide, please. So the board identified a need to address these issues. And in 2019, then board chair Teresa O'Neill appointed a board enhancement committee. It consisted of 5 members, several of whom are here today. And the BEC was charged with looking at these best practices. After that, the 2019 Civil Grand Jury Report was issued, and that became part of the purview of this Board Enhancement Committee. Next slide, please. The Board Enhancement Committee hired an outside independent consultant, RSM USA Limited Liability Partnership, to provide an assessment and a report. So that report was issued in 2019 with about 27 key findings. Here are some of the findings that they came up with. I will point out at the bottom of the slide, they did not recommend a change to the board structure or the appointing authorities. Typically, transit operations are governed by appointed boards consisting of boards of supervisors in the cities that are served. Instead, they relied upon maximizing the performance within the current structure. Next slide, please. So the enhancement committee came back with several recommendations. Some of them were not forwarded. Here are a couple that weren't forwarded. The board enhancement committee also recommended 4 additional recommendations. So approximately 83 in total recommendations were forwarded to the governance and audit committee for further evaluation. Next slide, please. In March, the governance committee, as well as the other board standing committees, began the process of looking at each of these recommendations. Many of the recommendations are complex. They require changes to existing policies, procedures, or the administrative code. At this point, as of yesterday, approximately 95% of the recommendations have either been analyzed, approved, or rejected, or even implemented. Next slide, please. Some of the key key recommendations that were implemented are shown here for you. I'm not going to read all of them to you, but they do very much concentrate on providing guidelines for new members, guidelines for chairpersons, and guidelines for appointments to the board of directors. Also modified the leadership with an option to serve an additional 1-year term to kind of cut down on the quick rotation of the chair and vice chair. Next slide, please. Some of the recommendations that were not approved had to do with public comment, though that will still be continued to be talked about. that's still on an upcoming item for discussion. And the supermajority voting for some items that do not already require a supermajority vote were also rejected, along with extending the membership from 2 to 4 years. Next slide, please. So next steps, the G&A committee will continue to consider these. Meetings of the different committees will consider the upcoming items. And here are some of the items that are yet to be addressed. We anticipate that there will be a closure to this by the end of this calendar year. Next slide, please. Some of the takeaways: the VTA board has been very much involved in critically assessing the governance process, working on a lengthy, involved, and open and transparent process to come up with some recommendations to improve the way in which the board functions in its fiduciary responsibility to the people of Santa Clara County. Next slide, please. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it back to Glenn.
Okay, before we go to questions, I'm going to have a couple other thoughts here I'd like to go. And thank you, Jim, for giving us that information. So our current governance model that has the cities within Santa Clara County and the County of Santa Clara appointing its representatives to the board has proven effective and served county residents well for over 25 years. It has been especially helpful in planning, coordinating, and connecting land use decisions with those for transportation. However, I think we're all aware, no governance process is perfect, and all have room for enhancement irrespective of the board's composition. A universal theme, however, is the quality and engagement of our members. That information, combined with the board's continual quest to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the VTA governance process, resulted in this body over 2 years ago taking the extraordinary step of embarking on a self-initiated critical analysis of the VTA governance process to identify potential issues for improvement. As the RSM report correctly concluded, the VTA board governance structure is a very workable model, but there are opportunities for improvement. As staff just reported, we're in the latter stages of the process where recommended potential enhancements are being evaluated and implemented. Many meaningful enhancements have already been implemented, with more projected in the upcoming months. That said, I want to offer my opinion that the Berman bill is ill-informed, ill-advised, and detrimental to county residents, since it will not solve the issues it purports to, but instead will result in new and far more significant problems. It is telling that this board and your respective councils were not contacted to determine if they wanted such a bill, nor were they involved in its development. I will add, Assemblymember Berman did call me, and I think he called some other board members, but in confidential phone calls, there was never a, here, let's go to in front of the board and have an open, transparent discussion of what his concerns were. Issues are always best addressed locally with the input of those directly affected, which is this board and the residents of Santa Clara County it serves. Many VTA member agencies have already taken an opposition position to this bill, and I encourage those that haven't yet done so to please do so in a timely manner. The fact that a board voted last year, the VTA board voted last year, not to change anything about the board structure or how we are appointed. I believe the action from last year gives the board chair the authority to take an opposed position on behalf of the board. And in the interest of time, I have a continuing long list of things that I could share, but I'm not gonna, like I said, in the interest of time, I'll try and hold off on that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to public comments right now, and then we'll come to if there are any comments from my colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. We have 2 members of the public, Blair, followed by Roland. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, you know, these are governance issues that you've been dealing with a lot, San Jose, and I mean for Santa Clara County, and they're issues that that have been important to the community. Good luck on how you address these issues. With financial issues, it was really the goal of the past year or so to address transit operations. That was key. So good luck in how you develop BART Phase 2 funding ideas. That really, the whole point is to address our transit issues, and that, BART 2 issues is a massive amounts of money, and the other issues may not be as much. If you have that in perspective now compared to a year ago, congratulations, but of last year, we had a lot of trouble trying to bring all that together. And I hope we have now. Good luck in how we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm going to use this just past board meeting to explain to you why the Berman bill is the best thing that will ever happen to this board. Let's start with the BART funding. You just spent over an hour splitting hairs over a $200 million Measure B rounding error. But if you look in your inbox, you're going to discover that, thanks to staff, you completely ignored a $2.35 billion hole in the BART Phase 2 budget, which consists of $1.95 billion in Measure A and $375 million in Measure B, never mentioned. And then you capped it all at the end. You're leaving 40,000 people on the side of the road. Where did you provide that? And you've got $135 million sitting on the table to fix the problem. Where did you give direction to staff to do something about this? So I'm going to make it very, very, very clear to you, okay? Is that the status quo is not an option. Things have got to change. Please vote for AB 1091.
Okay, thank you. I think that was our last public speaker. So do my colleagues have any thoughts or comments? Supervisor or Simity? You're on mute, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have a different take on this. I think we should give Assemblymember Berman the benefit of the doubt. He's not wrong that significant issues have been raised in 3 different grand jury reports. And I think he's been very clear about the fact that this is the first few months of a 2-year session, that this is a work in progress, that he's open to hearing from us. And so I'd like to encourage all of my colleagues to do what I'm going to do, which is work with the author and extend him the courtesy of a back and forth exchange. I think that's the better path. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Montano.
Thank you, Chair. I've never met Mr. Berman but I did read his proposal, his bill. And I do know that we have had the VTA has had 3 grand jury reports. Some of them were scathing. And I think that there does need to be some improvement. And I do believe personally that all cities should be represented. All cities need to have a voice. But I don't agree with how he is drafting his bill. But I'm also surprised why we don't have a voice. Why are you voicing for us or for me? So I just was concerned. Is that protocol? Is that the way it's supposed to be?
Again, I thought I was acting on board action that the board took last year when the board voted to take a decision that said it was not going to look at changing the structure of the board. That was a decision we made not to go forward with that item, which is essentially the same thing that's happening with AB 1091.
Yeah, but see, there's a new board, so that's why that's why I'm questioning it.
Well, it's like anything else, policy that goes from before goes forward. If we want to have a discussion, and this is not a voting item right here, but if there was enough interest by the board, we could go ahead and we could schedule to have a vote to go ahead and do that. I was just going by what was policy before, just like any policy from last year carries forward from one board to the next.
Yeah, as a new member, I've always felt that every city should have a voice. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Well, the only thing I would say is in my understanding of AB 1091 is you would probably see a reduction in city representation. Right
that's
now
why
you have the five city groups that go on. And in his bill, there are only
I know.
2 directly represented city people. Now, the
Yeah.
supervisors, they have a choice of the way they would do theirs, but there's nothing specific that says how that allocation would go. So
No, I
from that
agree with-
perspective, it looks like, city representation gets smaller.
Yeah.
As we're all, seeing, there's a lot of work to be done on the board. Does having a smaller board make it easier? Potentially, yes, but it doesn't change the workload that the VTA staff or the VTA board has.
Right, I don't agree with his bill because it does make it smaller and I want it more. So
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Member Paul.
Thanks. I agree that we should be taking a little bit more of an active role in some of the input here, especially when you consider the fact that there are 14 cities that under the bill as written would have a nebulous amount of input into their own representative. And so there are the 5 seats that are contemplated to be chosen by the Board of Supervisors. There are 2 by the city of San Jose, but it's silent as to how the other 14 cities have their representatives chosen. And so, I think that it's pretty problematic when the jurisdiction itself and the people representing it and the people in it aren't really taking or being invited to take an active role in the future governance of that agency. So, I wonder, to put it to a statewide vote of assembly members and senators up and down the state when this is our transit agency as well as congestion management agency, that doesn't really sit well. I feel like it's more of an internally driven issue that should be resolved by our voters and our representatives. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that Member Simidian, he made the comment, it's still in the beginning stages of what's going on. It's not a complete bill. It doesn't address term length, alternates, alternating terms, so the whole board doesn't switch over at once. Doesn't talk about compensation. As you just mentioned, it doesn't talk about how the city representatives would be done. Doesn't talk about implementation. It's one of the concerns people have had is that this board had a large turnover of the number of members. Potentially if this is implemented, you would have the entire board go from the current elected people that we have to a new set of people. So there are things that could need to be looked at as part of this. Any other thoughts or comments? Okay, that concludes my report. We're going to move on now to 8.3. Are there any items of concern or referrals for the administration?
Actually, I do have one, Glenn.
Yeah.
I know that in the past, I think it was last one of the items about a sound wall. So I know in Milpitas, we have a sound wall that is really low. And what would be the process to have that elevated or made higher? Who do I talk to about that?
We can get somebody from staff can get with you offline on that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then Elaine, I see that a member of the public raised their hand, but I don't think we do. We already did public comments on my section. Do we do public comments on 8.3?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Then seeing none others, 8.4, are there any announcements? Not seeing any. So we're going to go ahead and go to closed session. We're going to be discussing items 9.1A through 9.1D. We took E off as part of our earlier action. Board members, for the closed session, a Teams link is in the calendar invite that was sent to you by the board office. You can click on that to get in. You can go ahead and leave your video off and your mute your Zoom session. So that'll just stay in the background and make it easier for us to come back when we need to come back from closed session. So we're going to adjourn, but I'm going to tell my colleagues by the timing that we had, we're about 40 minutes behind what our original schedule was, but we're 8 minutes after. I'm going to give everybody a 7-minute break till a quarter after to show up in the closed session so you guys can get a chance to get a glass of water or anything else that you might need to do. So with that, let's go ahead and adjourn to closed session.
Just a reminder, this is Elaine from the board office. Just a reminder to the board. I resent the calendar invite to start at 10. If you can please just click that link and I'll see you in the closed session room. Thank you.
Not afraid of anything.
Good side. Good luck. Okay. I love you, Mom. Hi, Mom.
You know what I've always wanted to do?
Go to Hawaii. Go fishing.
Last year's Gold Glove winner in short, J.P. Crawford. A nice stretch from Evan Waidu, also won himself a Gold Glover last year. And he keeps the toe on. I don't think he strips you ever touched the bag.
What?
Here's Solano. Couple of hits.
I agree.
And he takes the pitch low, 1 ball and no strikes.
I hit it well. We have 0 power. It's 3 home runs.
Why does he just hit it to get on base?
Kuiper hit 1 home run in his whole career.
This is a fun.
Shortstop, second base.
Horrible. But I'm not Joe Panic.
I don't know. Panic attack.
I remember our whole Giants team. I could name you our whole team.
Pablo
And now I know, like,
Sandoval.
4 people.
Pablo Sandoval. Hunter Pence.
Oh, it's okay.
Crawford.
Posey. First base, Brandon Bell.
Hello, Elaine, can you hear me? We should be starting to come back from closed session, and please let me know when I have enough people to close our meeting. And Elaine or somebody on the board staff, did you hear what I just said?
No, can you repeat that, please? I didn't have my headset. Sorry about that.
No problem. We're coming back from closed session. Can you please let me know when we have enough of our people so we can
Sure.
close out our meeting?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're good, Chair.
Okay. So we are now back in open session. We're at 9.3, our closed session report. Evelyn Tran, the General Counsel and Interim General Manager CEO, is going to provide a closed session report on items 9.1A through 9.1D.
I was going to say it was going to be Carlos.
Okay, Carlos then.
Thank you, Chair Hendricks. The board met in closed session on items 9.1A through 9.1D inclusive, and there was no reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you. It's a very late evening. I want to thank all my colleagues, staff, and especially the public that has stayed through with us through our entire meeting. I want to remind everybody that the Section 218 thing was a great thing that we got done for all of the employees. Everyone stay safe out there, and our meeting is adjourned at 11:12. Thank you all very much. Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the board members. We are going to end the meeting for all now.